Good afternoon, everyone. The City Council will please come to order. Would the clerk please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Councilmember Ashby, Councilmember Warren, Councilmember Harris, Councilmember Jennings, Councilmember Schneer, Mayor Steinberg.
Here. Very good. Welcome to everyone. We'd like to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would please rise, and Councilmember Harris lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Salute and pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Very good. Let us move. We do have two presentations. There's no report out of closed session, I do not believe. So let us begin with the Sacramento Zoo dinosaur exhibit here. Who is presenting on this one? Mr. Jacobs, you're here? Welcome to you. You're bringing dinosaurs to City Hall here, huh?
We're bringing dinosaurs to the city of Sacramento. Thank
Okay.
you so much for your time today, Mayor and Council. Usually the zoo is in the habit of saving species from extinction, such as our amazing okapi, red pandas, and orangutan. But until January 5th, the Sacramento Zoo is also concentrating on bringing some extinct animals to Sacramento Zoo, some of which are 15 to 20 feet long and over 15 feet tall. Discover the Dinosaurs running at Sacramento Zoo through January 5th. It's my first opportunity to publicly thank you to pursue feasibility of relocation study, but until we figure out our future, we're going to continue doing great things like bringing temporary exhibits so that we can continue to be the city of Sacramento's #1 gated attraction. And we've brought one of our dinosaurs here today. This is an Allosaurus. And he's the only one that was small enough to travel, and he'd be perfectly willing to meet you and take a quick photo. And we're really excited about bringing dinosaurs to Sacramento. And we've enlisted Jody as our...
Dinosaur prepared to answer some questions.
He can actually say a few things. I don't know why he's not talking right now, but... oh, there he goes. But if you all would like to take a quick photo, we'd be happy to do that for you. And that really wraps up my presentation. We just wanted to let you know they're here.
Any views on inclusive economic development? What was life like back in the day?
You know, back in his day, instead of calling it Jurassic Park, they just called it the park. So, you know.
Well, all the best. May you have a renewal of your species someday soon. Thank you. Thank you. It's great. What a treat. So are we taking the dinosaur to public schools and like educating about?
We are taking him all over Sacramento.
So we want to take a picture with the dinosaur, please, in the city council.
Allosaurus, come back this way.
Allosaurus, thank you.
Just watch that.
They didn't have cameras back then. What is Allosaurus's first name?
Al
Hal?
the Allosaurus. And
Al.
And an Allosaurus, when fully grown, would reach about 30 feet long and 16 feet tall.
Is it Alvin or Albert?
I think it's an Albert. I haven't, I'm not going to check him that closely.
Okay, come on, let's gather everybody. Come on up. This could be. I don't want this to turn into one of these movies, that. How do we do this here, Ms. Ulick? Yeah, 2 minutes.
You can just lift it.
Hang on, Nell's gonna come. Can you guys
Yeah, Nell's got it.
Yes, we do.
come on?
I think you guys are gonna have to like scoot this way.
What do we do? You want us to?
It's good to act like you know each other.
Everyone move to the left, Jeff Harris.
There you go.
Wow.
Daryl, this is your reelection campaign. Too far. That's right. Sit.
Allie, sit down.
Right here. Ready? 1, 2.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your time. We hope to see you all out at the zoo to see the dinosaurs.
Okay, this is a new one. I know. I've never seen a dinosaur junior.
I was going to crack that kind of a joke, but I didn't. Thought about it.
I'm not running for it.
All right. Back to the post-historic period in the city of Sacramento. Item B on the presentation is postponed for today. Let us move to the consent calendar. Are there any items on the consent calendar that any member would like pulled off?
I'd like to speak to item 33, have that pulled off.
Okay, you're not pulling it off, but you want to speak to it, that is fine. We
I'd like
will-
it pulled off.
You
Item,
do want it pulled off?
Yes.
Okay, 33 will be pulled off then.
And I am going to recuse myself from. Item 28. I'll recuse myself from item 28.
Okay, Councilman Chenier is recusing himself from item 28, and Councilman Warren, what was his?
okay, but that's not on consent, so.
Okay, so.
Number 12 is also going to be pulled from the consent calendar and not voted on this evening.
Okay, 12 is pulled.
Chenier is-
33 is taken off for separate consideration, and Councilmember Chenier is going to recuse himself on item
28.
28. Okay, anything else?
Item 35, the motion is to continue, but that's on public hearing, so it'll be after the consent calendar.
Okay, very good.
And
So let us take public testimony on the consent calendar. How many?
I have 17 on the consent calendar. The first on 1 through 8 is Mac Worthy. Then I have Barbara Ram on 11. Mr. Worthy?
Macworthy, reason we want to speak to this is what we're going to wind up in your schools. When a baby is in your school with a joint in his pocket, the police going to be called. This is why you should have got more information from the grand jury. You should have went and said, hey, this stuff ain't legal yet.
8 people.
What will happen to the baby when he take his daddy's joint to school? It's critical, people, what you're going to do to, and especially black babies. Now, when we look at number 8, we moved the funds from the performing art to the convention center. Now we're moving the funds from the convention center to where? This is the value that this administration got to understand. What do you mean by earmark? If you earmark that money will be in place to do what you want to do, but somebody is stealing because you are not giving the people no report on when that money is in the bank. If that money can be moved, is that money laying in the bank, how many days it stay in the bank and do the bank? Let it lay there and don't put it on the line at night. Tell the people the truth, people. It's now to tell the truth because the swamp is down to the water that we see the backs of the lizards.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Barbara Ram on 11, then Joe Contreras on 20.
Do you have, this, can I get the overhead? Yeah, thank you. So thank you. I just wanted to provide an update on the Pathways to Health and Home presentation that I did, I think 2 weeks ago, because I made an error. I had said that the 25% of those enrolled in the railroad who were housed at railroad, 25% were exited to housing, and that was 47, but it wasn't. It was 264, because I had taken 25% of Pathways enrollees. So I just wanted to make that update. But now, with the new number that I saw on your website as of August 15th, the enrollment in Pathways has actually decreased from 769 in July to 768 in August. so it's actually not working that well. And the cost per enrollee is going up, because when you have a decrease in enrollment and more months, now there's an increased cost for enrollee. It's $51,587 per enrollee. It was $49,538 in July. Just to reiterate that amount, $51,587 per individual for Pathways to Health and Home. That is what we are paying for Pathways to Health and Home per enrollee. On a side note, our very important partner, Sutter Health, is in the news. The Attorney General evidently is taking them to court on an antitrust trial. So I would just like to ask that we reach out to our partner and give them support, and ask the Attorney General to back off from our important partner. And maybe we could partner with them in developing a Medi-Cal clinic or some other medical clinic for the homeless. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And Councilmember Harris, you had a comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. So on item 20 on the Caltrans Transportation Planning Grants, I'd like to just publicly thank Jennifer Donlin Wyatt and the Public Works staff for applying for a grant on behalf of Vision Zero, corridors 6 through 10. As it happens, Northgate Boulevard is number 6, and of course that's near and dear to my heart, but also on the Inclusive Commercial Corridors project. Again, Northgate is specified along with Freeport as 2 commercial corridors that we will now have funding to have a look at how we can improve those particular areas. So, Jennifer, thank you so very much.
Thank you. Let us hear the next public testimony on the item that Councilmember Harris just spoke about.
Mayor, just since Councilmember Harris spoke on this, I'd plan to after the testimony, but everybody knows, because there's been attention about the accidents that have happened at 12th and I. We've been working very closely with our city staff to make immediate modifications to that intersection to respond to some of the behavior that's causing injuries. But also this grant does include that in one of the top 10 high injury network corridors based on the data, and we'll be applying to Caltrans through this grant to be making deeper analysis and modifications to the 12th Street corridor to help get ahead of some of these longer term problems.
Thank you. Our next 6 speakers are on item 20. The first is Joe Contreras, then Mirabel Sala, then Annette Emery.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Joe Contreras. I'm a resident of Garland and an activist for the Northgate Boulevard. I'm the chairperson for the Northgate Advisory Group, the NAG. And the last 3 months, we've been here in front of you guys in support of a lot of things that you guys done for Northgate Boulevard, and here we are again for Northgate Boulevard again. We want you to support item 20 because in the last few years, Northgate Boulevard has always been number 6, and they've always looked up from 1 to 5. So now it's time to move on to number 6 through 10, and we're number 6. So we need your support on that. It's really going to help Northgate Boulevard, and we ask for support on that. On the next one, the other item there that you guys are on your agenda is Northgate Boulevard again and Freeport, and this one is very important to us too, because they're really going to show and they're going to do a highly study on the traffic calming and what they can do for the traffic calming, and we're very serious about that because of the elementary school and we need to slow down the traffic there on Northgate Boulevard, and we need your support, and I think this is really going to help us out, and thank you very much, and thank you, Councilman Harris, for your support also. Thank you.
Next speakers are Mirabella Sala and Annette Emery on item 20.
Hi, thank you. First, I want to thank Councilman Harris and Jennifer for securing, hopefully, the funding that's much needed on Northgate. And I represent GNNA, and I've also been a long-time resident of Northgate. And as you all know, and you are all aware, that Northgate has increasingly become very busy, especially with Garden Highway being shut down, and all what we've been experiencing is an increase in accidents. There was already a problem and a safety issue on Northgate, and we knew that, but now we're seeing it every single day. I go down Northgate and I see it every single day, accidents, cars running into fences, cars having accidents by the school, they're going too fast, the streets are too narrow, the bike lane is way too narrow, it's not safe, the sidewalks are not safe. We recently had a community member come and said, she was an elder, well, I don't consider myself elder, but she was kind of my age. And she said she's afraid to walk on the street, which she never used to be afraid. And we shouldn't have neighborhoods, or we shouldn't have people, community members that live off of Northgate be afraid to walk or to even drive because it's so unsafe. So I really am pleased and for your support, and I know that you're going to fund and give us the money that's needed for the study and the money that's needed to improve Northgate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Annette Emery, then George Azar, and Liz Johnson, all on 20.
Hello, Ned Emery. I'm president of the Garland Northgate Neighborhood Association. First time Vision Zero came and talked to us, and they explained that they were working on projects 1 through 5, and we were number 6. And you know, you don't want to have more accidents. It was almost like, how do we go and make sure we get number 6 funded? So I'm glad this is happening. Northgate is very, very busy, and I think these 2 projects together, the planning along with looking at Northgate, will make a big improvement in the neighborhood. As a person who has attempted to ride a bicycle on Northgate, I can tell you, we really do need help with that. I know bicycles are not supposed to go on the sidewalk, but it's darn scary on a bike with that busy a street. And for many of the elderly and disabled, there definitely needs to be some support to make sure they have more access. So I think these 2 projects together of looking at the commercial corridor along with safety along Northgate will be really helpful to our neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
George Azar.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for the time to allow me to speak up here. I'm going to echo my colleagues. You guys all know what Northgate Boulevard's about. I'm not going to sit here and tell you a bunch of stuff that you don't already know. I'm glad we're doing something. I'd love your support on all this and any other way to get this whole boulevard taken care of and where it needs to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Liz Johnson, then David Guerrero, also on 20.
Hi, Liz.
Hi, I'm Liz Johnson. I'm on the board of the Gardenland Northgate Neighborhood Association. I've lived off of Northgate Boulevard for, I think, 19 years now. It's kind of a terrifying street to live right off of. You kind of feel like you're trying to get onto the freeway when you're getting out of your little neighborhood streets. And it's really discouraging that we're in number 6, but I'm really excited that we're addressing the 6 to 10 corridors now. And I want to thank you, Councilman Harris, for working so hard on this for us. We're really grateful that we're finally getting the attention we need, because I would never, ever ride my bike on Northgate Boulevard. And there's nowhere to cross the street except, you know, really far apart. There's lots of people just wandering around in the street. People are using the suicide lane as a lane. So it's just really kind of chaotic right now. And with the Garden Highway closure, it's more chaotic than ever. And I think chaotic is a good word, especially if you're down in the area between the actual Garden Highway and West El Camino. The entire suicide lane is full of cars all the time. You can't even move down there. It's like a trap. It's really like a trap. Anyways, I'm just really grateful that we're getting the attention finally after, 13 years since they did the master streetscape plan. And I want to thank you all for paying attention to us. It means a lot to our neighborhood.
Thank you, Liz.
Next speaker is David Guerrero, then John Murdick Simkovich. And these are the final 2 speakers on item 20.
Good afternoon, and thank the mayor and the city council for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Northgate Boulevard. I'm the Park and Rec Commissioner for District 3, also a board member of the Greenhouse Community, serving the youth and families in Ninos Park area. And in my community, I'm a pedestrian, I'm a bicyclist, and I am a motorist. Every member of my family is a pedestrian and a bicyclist. Not everybody's a motorist, but, and I love the Vision Zero concept. Unfortunately, the KSI, the killed or serious injury collisions occur, and according to that report, 79% of the crashes occur on just 14% of the Sacramento roadway network. 77% of incidents where someone was killed or seriously injured occurred just on 14% of the Sacramento roadway network. Northgate Boulevard, according to Vision Zero, 78% of collisions occur at an intersection, and with 13% of those being hit and run. The number of pedestrians killed or seriously injured is 45% that occur outside of a crosswalk. In the 1 mile stretch that we're talking about along Northgate Boulevard, extending from Wilson to San Juan, there are 16 intersections in which a car can flow onto Northgate Boulevard. To cross Northgate Boulevard from east to west or west to east, there are only 3 pedestrian crossings at Hagen, Potomac, and San Juan. The distance between these crossings, from Hagen to Potomac, 2,270 feet. From Potomac to San Juan Road, 2,750 feet. That is the distance to get to a painted crosswalk to cross Northgate Boulevard. And to put this in perspective, this would be 2 times your lunchtime walk around Cesar Chavez Park. So that's the distance our children have to work, our families have to walk.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Thank you. John Merkdick Simkowicz is the final speaker on 20, and then we have 8 on 28.
Good evening. My name is John Meredith Simkowick and this is Jeff Lideker from the Freeport Boulevard Transportation Safety Committee. We appreciate this support and going after a grant funding for our corridor and Freeport Boulevard. Echo everything that was said about Northgate, but just substitute Freeport Boulevard in there. We were formed really quickly. We were formed after the death of a grandmother, and when her grandson and the grandmother were hit on Freeport Boulevard. Over a year ago, we've been doing all sorts of work, and we will be putting all that work to use in helping to get this grant funding. We have a walk audit report that is in draft. We're drafting, we're trying to complete, and then we've done a survey, a community survey. We have tons of community support, and we will have as many support letters and neighborhood association support letters and citizens and all our efforts to go forward with this to help out. So again, thank you very much for putting this forward, and we appreciate our council members Hanson and Chenier in District 4 and District 5, and everybody's support. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next 8 speakers are on item 28. The first is Gretchen Steinberg, then Ames Demetrios, and John Matthews. And to reiterate, Councilmember Chenier is recusing from this item. Is Gretchen here? Gretchen?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Ray Eames' formative years were spent in Sacramento. In 1912, Bernice Alexandra Kaiser was born at Sutter Memorial Hospital. Nicknamed Ray Ray by her family, her talent was apparent by age 3. As a young girl, she showed a keen interest in fashion and in color. Ray attributed her attention to detail and finding joy in doing her best work to her parents and early teachers in Sacramento. Her parents were involved in the performing arts, leading civic events and providing gracious hospitality. Her father, Alexander Kaiser, was the manager of the Empress Theater, and now known as the Crest. In 1920, they moved to Curtis Park. Their first home was on Portola Way. In 1923, they purchased developer J.C. Carley's home on Donner Way. Ray went to elementary school at Sierra 2 Center. She led the football dance decorating committee during her senior year at Sacramento High. Her graduation ceremony was at Memorial Auditorium. She studied art history and techniques at Sacramento City College. Ray was one of the most influential designers of the 20th century. She helped pioneer a laminated plywood process that was used to make wooden leg splints during World War II. Ray and Charles Eames had been applying that process to fabricate chairs. Ray contributed her playful sense of color, balance, texture, and proportion to their projects. As a couple, Ray and Charles designed textiles, furniture, architecture, toys, graphics, films, museum exhibits, and more, many of which are still in production today. Please vote in favor of honoring our native daughter, Ray Eames, by naming the park at Curtis Park Village in her memory. Ideally, this park should also reflect Ray's playful and colorful designs. I would be happy to assist with that effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gretchen. Appreciate it.
Next speaker is Ames Demetrios, and then John Matthews.
So we have the image up again. So slide it over a little bit. So this is one of my favorite images ever. And this is a self-portrait that Ray did when she was 16 years old here in Sacramento. And you can see her wisdom, you can see her skill as an artist, how much she understood about drawing even intuitively. And that you can also kind of see her looking to the future. And I love this portrait. And this is the girl who grew into the woman that you'll be honoring, we hope, if you name the park after Ray. She was an extraordinary person. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about her early years. Keep going. You got to hit this. Thank you. So every 3 seconds now. So this is an image of the theater that Gretchen mentioned. This is a book report Ray did in 6th grade. I think she probably did pretty well on it. And these are some of the fashion drawings she did in high school. And she had a great sense of color that was with her forever. After she went to New York, she studied with a man named Hans Hofmann, and these are some of the paintings she did at that time. And they're quite beautiful, and they show a sense of form and color that expressed itself in the work they did. She met Charles Eames, who was my grandfather. Ray was my grandmother. And they moved to California. They moved back to California from the East Coast to really figure out how to mass produce molded plywood. They had a vision of how it could be affordable and usable for everyone. And so they experimented in their apartment. They made this sculpture, which was both a test of the technology and a beautiful work of art. They made splints for the Navy in World War II. And this holistic vision of design continues to drive the design world today as people see the chairs they made are functional and yet incredibly elegant and fantastic. Most of you probably know this chair. It's probably their most famous chair. They also made films. They did toys. And they were also amazing grandparents. And so on behalf of the whole family, we would be very grateful if you told the story of Ray Eames.
Thank you for your
by
comments.
honoring
Your
this
time
park
is
in her name.
complete.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Matthews, then Lucia Dewey Atwood.
Hi, I'm John Matthews, and I'm here to support naming the new park in Sacramento after Ray Eames. Ray and her husband Charles have been recognized with honors and awards around the world for their lifetime of influential work, but Sacramento has yet to celebrate our native daughter Ray in a befitting manner. Naming this park after her can bring her life from her humble beginnings in Curtis Park to becoming a respected and honored designer and artist to the attention of a new generation. Young people today are fortunately seeing an ever-increasing number of female role models. A new generation of young girls can start on a journey of imagination, inspiration, and creativity as they discover Ray's early life in Sacramento and her rise to international acclaim. Joe Flores, the chairman of the Parks and Community Enrichment Commission, has noted the disparity in our city between 42 parks being named after men versus only 7 parks being named after women. But it's also worth noting this. In our city, there are more parks named after different types of trees than there are named after iconic Sacramento women. And the city should seriously consider augmenting the park plan to reflect Ray's groundbreaking contribution to the arts. A Ray Eames Park should promote Sacramento as an upcoming leader in urban park design. I'm certain that a coalition of the Eames family, city parks personnel, our arts community, and public supporters can ultimately create a park that reaches our city's goal of enlivening our urban experience with art. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lucia Dewey Atwood, then John M. Cox.
My brother's gonna the images for me. Thank you, Eames. So my name is Lucia Dewey Atwood, and I'm the director of the Eames. My name is Lucia Dewey Atwood, and I'm the director of the Eames Foundation, as well as the granddaughter of Charles and Ray Eames. And I see we have a little technological glitch. In any case, I'm going to just move on and say that there are many ways of approaching Ray's contributions, but I'd like to focus on her as a source of inspiration. I was lucky enough to work with her for roughly the decade after Charles died in 1978, and also before that to have worked with Charles and Ray. And there are many, many examples, but seeing the world through her eyes just was transformative. And it was often the smallest things that made the difference. There was at one point a time when I was struggling to close one of the curtain sliders in the house. And Ray said, stop. And she came running over and she said, here. And she showed me how to do it. That's the slider there. And then she turned to me and she said, isn't it worth spending a few extra moments to live surrounded by beauty? Next one. As her friend director Billy Wilder said, she was imbued with perfect taste. Next one. And she was fearless. A colleague who had worked with her in the 70s said that she learned as a woman of that time how to really stand up for her ideas, politely but deliberately. And yet, even a role model needs role models. And Ray credited her parents and her teachers here in Sacramento for instilling in her that strong sense of devotion and deliberateness. And also that sense that anything was possible. And so as we stand here considering whether to name this park after her, I hope that we will continue to do so and continue to be inspired by her and her life. Thank you.
Thank you.
John M. Cox, then Amanda Meeker, and Lori Lynn Palmer. On item 28 still.
Same item.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is John Cox. I'm here on behalf of Petrovich Development Company. And I'm here to briefly speak on this matter tonight and respectfully ask for a continuance. Unfortunately, we were just made aware of this hearing per a Sacramento Bee article that Mr. Petrovich received in an update alert earlier this afternoon. Under the Parks Master Service Agreement, and specifically Section 6 of Exhibit C, the city is, and I quote, to consult with developer on the date, time, on when to hold the city council meeting and notify developer of the final date so the developer may attend as necessary. There's other provisions and requirements under Section C that we don't think were met, and, we just were not provided the adequate notice as required. Additionally, this matter being put on consent suggests it's non-controversial, and with no disrespect to the work of Ms. Eames, which is magnificent, there is other issues to consider on this item, and we just respectfully request a continuance until we can coordinate a time in which Mr. Petrovich and other members of his team may attend. Thank you.
I have three more speakers on item 28, Amanda Meeker, Lori Lynn Palmer, then Alan Folks.
Hello, I'm Amanda Meeker. I'm Executive Director of the California Museum, and I'm here to support naming the park for Ray. At the museum, we highlight women, people of color, and others who museums and park namers historically have ignored. Ray has been featured since 2004 in our exhibit about California women, and in 2013, we presented an entire exhibit about her. Also that year, she was inducted with her husband, Charles, into the California Hall of Fame. Ray always let Charles be the public face of the team, but she was an equal partner in all their work, which others have described here tonight. Her work is loved the world over, yet she remains largely unknown in the U.S., even here in her hometown. If people recognize the name Ray Eames at all, they often think that it was Charles's brother. You can help give Ray the recognition she deserves by naming this park for her. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amanda.
Lori Lynn Palmer, and then Alan Folks is the final speaker on item 28.
Hello, my name is Laura Lynn Palmer. I am a resident of Crocker Village, and I'm also tonight wearing on my hat as artist and activist. I feel it's important for Sacramento to recognize Ray Eames, who's an artist and creative visionary. I believe that it demonstrates the city's commitment to the arts and culture, and its role in revitalizing Sacramento and cultivating innovation, imagination that are vital to our economy and our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Alan Folks
Alan
is the
Folks,
final on item 28.
Alan.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I've been following this issue for a little while, and I felt a little compelled to speak about it tonight. I live in Crocker Drive, just up the street from where the proposed park would be. Two things strike me. One, I've been studying Ray Eames since I was a designer in college. Fabulous history, and I think we should all support that history and name the park after Ray Eames. And I think her family did a wonderful job telling you about that history, and the Powers of 10 video that she made early on was fabulous. That said, I also feel a little conflicted here. What the Petrovich family did for that development, I think, is quite good. What's coming out of the ground between the retail that he's built and the residential that Black Pine has built is actually not bad at all. It's actually pretty good. So I feel a little conflicted here. I would like to see if there's some way that perhaps we can get some kind of a plaque or something that's in the park that's honoring Mr. Petrovich's father, but still go forward with the name Ray Eames Park. So if you can consider that in some way, work with the Parks Department, find some way to make a win-win here, I think we'd all benefit from that. So thanks for considering it.
Thank you for your suggestion. We appreciate it. All right, so that is the public testimony on the entire consent calendar.
With the exception of item 20, or 33, that's pulled
33,
for
which we're
separate
going to hear
discussion.
after. Okay. Turn it over to the members. Councilman Hanson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to move the consent calendar, but I wanted to comment on just a couple things. We do a lot of work on items that come on the consent calendar, and they're on here usually because they're non-controversial. And I just wanted to thank first, I see our Newton Booth Neighborhood Association, Jeff and Sean Newton Booth. You've worked very hard on these sign toppers over the years, and while this is a overall grand scheme, a smaller item on our agenda, I just appreciate all the work you guys have done on behalf of the neighborhood. We're also doing some really important things in our parks. We're adding shade structures in the Bark Park in a partnership with CADA and the Midtown Association. The vast majority of the money was raised privately, but we had to pay for soil remediation. We're renovating, Mr. Mayor, to the tune of, I hate even to say it, $400,000 to replace a restroom in Roosevelt Park. We'll have a brand-new ADA accessible 2-stall restroom that will come to Roosevelt Park because of the investments here from our park impact fee. And then finally, we have been in a partnership with Street Soccer USA to bring street soccer courts like the ones you saw on Capitol Mall that live in Oak Park but were temporarily moved to build those in O'Neill Field behind the fire station on Broadway so that our kids who are at risk or just want a chance to explore the sport of soccer, or people who are recovering from other challenges in their life can use the street soccer experience to really improve their own lives. And so while these things may not always be top of the SAC-B or focused on, we work very hard with our communities on many of these items. I think Alan Folks summed it up really well related to Ray Eames. Councilmember Ashby, when I learned about Ray Eames 7-8 years ago at the California Museum exhibit, I fell in love with the idea of who she was. But her story was never told because Charles, as we heard, was the face for the couple. But it was truly a collaborative relationship if you read about her. And the idea of honoring her is long past it's due. But I also know that there has been a lot going on in Curtis Park Village. And I think, Mr. Folks, your recommendation is very wise. And a lot of times there's a sculpture or statue in a park that can be dedicated to someone. And I think maybe it's not my district. I'll pass that on to Councilmember Chenier and the park staff. But I thought you were like Solomon, except nobody had to lose a baby in the process, hopefully. But I'll move the item, and just thanks to our staff at Public Works and Parks for all their time and energy.
Okay, is there a second on the consent calendar? Second by Councilman Harris. Councilmember Harris is next.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a brief comment. I want to thank all my friends from the Garden Lands and Northgate communities for coming out and supporting your neighborhood. It's really important, and I appreciate you taking the time. Also, Mayor, you know, fixing these corridors is the all-important first step in inclusive economic
Yes,
development.
agreed.
It's an essential piece, and we're glad to be moving forward.
Good, that's excellent. Plus, combine the Caltrans grant with the Measure U money, right? Where it all adds up. Excellent. Councilmember Ashby.
Yeah, just a couple of things. First of all, I too am very proud of Northgate. Good job advocating for yourselves. And Jeff, excellent work getting them the resources that they need. That corridor really, you know, one thing that David was, I think, trying to illustrate is that there are 4 schools that are within a block of Northgate or front Northgate, and there have been many children that have been hit and some that have died trying just to get to and from school on Northgate. And so it's way past time to see that investment. But again, really an exciting day for that project. On the parks naming front, with all due respect, if you think that there are few parks named after women, you should see the statue count. There are very, very few statues of women in the city of Sacramento, even including that in Capitol Mall area. So I actually wouldn't support putting a statue honoring a man in one of the very few parks that honors a woman. However, Mr. Petrovich has a big project. I'm sure there's somewhere there in the project outside of that park or a street name. Developers often get to choose some of the interior street names of their projects where whoever he wishes to honor that helped him with that could be done so. But if you're going to honor Ray, she's already shared her life. A guy already stood in the spotlight and cast a big shadow for her entire life. I would hate to see another man cast another shadow in her memory. So let's give her the park in whole and not carve out a piece for somebody else, but rather there's plenty of room at the table. I'm sure we can find another thing to honor the other individual that is being discussed here. I would rather see her own her space and us own honoring her outright. That would be my 2 cents on this. And Mayor, we are taking item 33 separately, correct?
Yes.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Guerra, Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to, first of all, thank also all the community here on the parks issue and also Chairman of the Parks Commission, Commissioner Flores, for all the good work on that issue. And also wanted to thank Councilmember Jeff Harris on the issue of commercial corridors. I know that we've been doing a lot of work on commercial corridors, and as I heard our executive director for the Sacramento Area Council of Governments speak 2 weeks ago, that our commercial corridors could solve a lot of our economic challenges if we focused on them, both on housing and also on transportation safety. Yesterday, I've started to bicycle at least one day with my son all the way from Tahoe Park to downtown, and crossing Stockton Boulevard can always be a gnarly one. And so I know what the feeling is on Northgate as well. And I think that whatever we can do to make it safer for folks to enjoy the Sacramento terrain, it's nice and flat for the most part, by making it safer and encouraging people to come out to the businesses is a positive thing. So I want to thank all that effort, and we've got more work to do as we talked about today on commercial corridors. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good, thank you. All right, the consent calendar with the exceptions noted in the motions has been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained. Councilmember Chenier is abstaining, of course, on the one item mentioned earlier. Thank you. Let's move to item 33, which was on the consent calendar but has been pulled off by Councilmember Carr. Is there a presentation on this? Or Councilmember Carr, do you want to kick this off, whatever you want to do?
I don't think there's anyone to present on this, no.
Okay.
But I did have some questions on the item. Yeah. And I guess they're mainly directed to the city manager, some of which I know the answers to. but some of which I would just want to get on the record, and you don't have to copy them down. I have them all written out. I'll give them to you. So the first one concerns the CEQA. And was there any consideration to the number of emergency vehicles that may go to this site? In the CEQA analysis, we said that we didn't anticipate any noise or transportation issues. But in making that analysis, that we include emergency vehicles? So we know we had 500, 700, 800 going to the other shelter.
Well, in moving forward this item tonight, we're looking at doing some preliminary design work to get started on these two sites for the navigation centers at Meadowview and at Broadway and Double X. We intend on coming back on the November 5th timeframe with kind of the more of the contracts and some of the other analysis that we need to perform as we come forward with.
You're asking us to approve the CEQA exemption tonight.
Can I defer to the city attorney to weigh in on this piece of it as well?
Am I, okay. Yes, Councilmember, we have in the staff report inserted language that this project is exempt under specific statutory, under AB 1421, where it provides that navigation centers are exempt from CEQA. And so that is in the part of the report that the council is then adopting today. And we will continue to provide that information in any future action on this particular item that comes in front of the council.
So when you say they're exempt, that means that we don't have to consider traffic and noise?
Well, you wouldn't have to do it as part of a CEQA analysis. I'm not sure if the city manager is looking at it from operational. Anybody here?
Okay, that's the answer. What's the next question, sir?
What is the answer?
The answer is it's an exemption from CEQA. Is that correct, Madam City Attorney?
So we don't have to consider noise and traffic. Under the exemption too, I guess, Ms. City Attorney, the property was a commercial office building, and it was procured by the city long before the current environmental standards. Did we screen to ensure that people can actually live in this spot? I know there are different screening levels. For some levels, you can have people who play basketball, like we have now. For some, they can be used for offices, but not residential. Did we look at that in determining the CEQA?
I don't have that answer, Councilmember.
Is that coming back to us at some future point?
Councilman Carr, what maybe I can do is take the list of the questions and have a written response back to you on all of them in
Okay.
advance of the next action coming back on November 5th.
So we aren't going to put people there if the site is contaminated, I would assume, or are we going to do that anyway?
Again, I think I will defer to having the conversation with the city attorney on, as we come back to council on the 5th.
Yep. If I might suggest, Councilmember, you have the floor, of course, and can continue this. No. No. Go ahead. I don't care. If you can help us any way that you want. But I think the purpose of today's item is to essentially open the CIP so that the capital improvement project, so we can begin some preliminary work on both the sites. You're asking a series of detailed questions of which you're entitled to an answer. But I think if you submit them and if you submit the questions, you'll give the city manager and the city attorney then several weeks to be able to respond, and plenty of time for you to respond to the answers and to ask the council for anything you want to ask the council. I just don't think it's going to be productive tonight to go through every question individually, because some of the answers they need to research.
Well, we're being asked to approve.
To open a CIP,
Initiation
not to
of the
approve.
CIP.
To
And I'm
open a
asking
CIP.
about the project that we're being asked to approve.
James?
I have some questions more questions for the city manager. Because I've talked to you earlier.
Okay, are you good then with the information we provided earlier?
I'm good with you. Thank you.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you.
I talked to you earlier, but in your analysis, you are going to consider how we can continue to have access to River Cats Independence Field.
That's correct.
And I wasn't sure if we had made a commitment as a council that we were going to use general fund money if these funds that we have from HEAP are insufficient to continue this project.
We have not made that commitment. That's something we're going to bring back as part of all the contracts that need to be executed in order to move forward with the project.
And in your analysis of the impacts to the community, are we going to assess whether or not property values of the surrounding properties have depreciated because we put the shelter there? And will the city be in a position to compensate people whose property values have decreased?
So that is a conversation I will continue to have with the city attorney's office as we bring the item back on the 5th.
And then, as I understand it, we're planning for a 2-year shelter.
That is the plan. That was the direction of the council.
Some of my colleagues have been to the shelter, but can this shelter be repurposed after the 2 years to serve as a resource center and a training center, which the community had hoped would go into that site?
Well, the structure is a semi-permanent structure, so I believe beyond 2 years, it can be repurposed to whatever we see fit.
Will that be a part of your analysis to see if it can be repurposed after the 2 years?
I think the lifespan is certainly beyond 2 years. We've looked at it in the other cities that have had these structures. Maybe that's something I could ask, we can report back to you on that.
And the children who would be living in the shelter, where would they be going to school?
Again, those operational issues have not been determined yet.
And so if we have women and children but no men, what does that do to families? Is that something that's going to be in the analysis?
That is going to be part of the operating procedures as well.
And I think we already answered there will be no screening, so sexual predators will be allowed.
Women and children. Women and children, not men.
But they're not going to be
Presumably, if I may, the men that you describe, what that does to families, presumably they're men that have already left the families in some way. And so these are women who are head of households, either single women or are the head of households raising children, presumably on their own.
Okay. So there are no families living on the street right now, is what I hear you saying. But I do believe that there are families living there. I would like some more information before I'm prepared to vote on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Do we have public testimony on this item? We do have one. So let us, since Councilmember Carr essentially introduced the item, why don't we take the public testimony first, then I'll turn it to you, okay?
I have one speaker on item 33. It's Peggy Blinco.
Peggy.
Hi, thank you. This Board of Council members agreed to financially help make repairs to the River Cats Independence Baseball Field not too long ago. An accessible baseball field where countless people with special needs of all ages have had the opportunity to experience a taste of normalcy and to relax in a safe environment and to play a little baseball. Thank you for your support on that. Some of you even came to the reopening ceremony just a few months ago, and now you want to build a homeless shelter right next to it. Not across the street, not across the parking lot, right next to the field. No fence, no wall, no divider is going to keep what's over in the shelter there and confirm the safety and well-being of those baseball players that have special needs, as well as the field that each of you have agreed to continually support financially over the next few years. I thought for sure that this location would not be accepted. Unfortunately, I am back with a heartfelt request of each of you. Would you please reconsider the location before you sign any agreements and before you continue on with this process? Please reconsider for the kids and the families, as well as the older people that come out to play in their wheelchairs, those that have defended your country. I find it ironic that I'm here speaking up with the hope of preserving the safety of the River Cats Independence Field and those that cherish the opportunity to play baseball on the accessible field just weeks before the 14th anniversary of the field's first grand opening. Thank you. Oh, by the way, you're all welcome to come watch the kids play ball every Saturday. It started a few weeks ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Ashby.
James, can I ask you a question? Sorry, I tried to grab you while you were still up there, but I didn't want to intercede. I'll ask while you're walking up. Sure. I think part of what I hear from Councilmember Carr is a concern that I know some of the community members shared, and this is sort of devoid of political rhetoric. There's some thought from folks that have been there a long time that the land is actually contaminated there, and that's why it hasn't been built out before for some other purpose. So I think part of his question, I would agree, needs to be answered today before you waive the right of CEQA, but even if we didn't, can you, and if this is outside of your purview, just tell me.
No, we have a little bit of information.
Okay, do we know if that land is
Yeah,
contaminated?
so basically at this point in time, all the information that we have says there is no contamination on that site.
Okay.
Okay?
What
We do know there's other contaminators nearby that have been mitigated over the years.
Okay.
But on this particular site, we don't have anything that we know of. And we've done some homework. There was a PRA, so we went and looked around, tried to see what we could find, and really nothing came about that.
I assume if CEQA were not exempted and it happened, there would probably be some type of coring testing
We
that
are
might.
going to do our due diligence, and we
Okay.
are going to take samples to ensure that there's nothing there. The last thing we'd want to do is have smoking gun hiding underneath us.
So you are still going to core, you're still going to
Absolutely.
do that
Yes.
sampling, but you haven't done it yet?
No, we haven't. We're in the process of getting the paperwork put together, the proposal,
Okay.
so that we can go do that.
I mean, I think what I hear him saying is he would be more comfortable after we had those results from the coring.
Well, even
What-
if we,
what's-
even if we could do the coring and there is something there, it's capped now with the concrete cap. All right, so if we did find some level of something that was above some standard, then we would do mitigation, which basically would probably be some kind of epoxy seal over the top of that concrete pad. It would change a little bit about what we're doing. but it
Depending on
wouldn't
what you would
stop us
find in
from
the
doing it.
coring, right?
Yeah, it's highly, highly unlikely we will find something that will stop this.
I just remember this, not too long ago, Councilmember Warren tried to move forward a tent city site, and it was rejected over his wishes because of the land having a pretty modest contamination issue. And so I just thought, this should be addressed. It was addressed when he tried to do it and was in favor of that site. And here you have a council member concerned. And I remember that is why that site had not been built on before because of this issue. So I think that's his concern. And as part of this action, aside from opening the CIPs, it does agree to the exemption for the CEQA, which is the concern that then potentially in the coring you would find something, and then CEQA's already been waived, and so you
My
move forward
understanding is
anyway.
that the two are unrelated, and the
Yeah.
city attorney could help me there.
Okay.
But even if we find something, that's not going to change the termination of the CEQA.
All right.
Is that correct?
Okay, thanks, James. That was my question for you. Mayor, a couple other points that I have. As you all know, and we discussed and don't need to rehash, I do not believe that children belong in a low-barrier shelter, ever. And I don't think that we should put children, either the ones at the center or the kids that would be coming into the navigation center, either one should be in proximity to adults who are not screened. Now, sex offenders can be women too. And they're also not screened for weapons or drugs. And as we know, the low barrier also means we let the dogs in. And I think that is an extremely potentially lethal situation and one that I don't believe children belong in at all. I also am concerned that we're moving forward with both sites, even though our budget is not enough to build out both sites. I would have been more comfortable moving forward with one, particularly the one that has more support than the other, and making sure we could build it to completion rather than hoping that we find additional money to be able to build out the two. And we have not set aside operational funds yet, which makes me nervous as well. I worry about the land piece and the lack of CEQA. I worry about the contamination, but I also worry about, CEQA usually helps us define the interactions, light, noise, sound, traffic, and I think ignoring all of that ignores a pretty significant problem. I know, Mayor, that you have committed to trying to address some of the other issues around the outside of the sites, and I think the best we can do is to hold you to it. But I won't vote to support opening the CIP because I think that it is irresponsible to move forward with these small amounts of money, knowing that we don't have a pathway to the full budget on both. I think it would have been more prudent to do just one. And I worry deeply about the idea that we're still proceeding with a low barrier shelter that involves children. So,
Thank you. Before I turn it over to Councilmember James, just want to respond, you know, in a very professional way here. On the money side, we have a cash flow issue because we have $14 million of HAP money, which is HEAP 2 coming in from the state government as a result of my efforts and the efforts of my fellow mayors to double the amount of state money that we got the prior year to do just this. So there's 14 million coming. In addition, I've committed, and I've always followed through, with raising any resources that are required to complete this. But I do want to put out a question to you, if I may, because you have been very clear in your point of view, and I respect it, disagree with it, but I respect it. You have talked from the very beginning of this debate about your belief in scattered site shelter, especially for women and children. And I've asked every member of this city council to come, excuse me? I've asked every member of the city council to come forward with their idea and their plan for how you would establish 100 beds in any form, either scattered site and any unsheltered homeless population that any member believes would be a fit for their district. And so when can the council anticipate you coming forward with 100 beds in Natomas for women, for children, scattered site in any way that you think is best for your district? Because I sit here and I take all the criticism, and happily, that's my job. And I understand that you and others do not like the idea of volume-based low barrier shelter. The alternative, as Councilmember Carr has articulated, is to open up homes, if you will, in the districts. And I've asked, and I think it was a reasonable ask given the need we have in our city, for 100 beds per district. And I have not seen anything out of Natomas. I've seen that you've done a task force. I've seen that you've produced a report, but I have not seen 100 beds. Other members, of course, have been working very hard on trying to identify their sites. And so I would ask when we might agendize the Natomas strategy for 100 beds of any type for any population, including women, and focused on women and children, if this idea, regardless of whether or not you think this idea is a good idea. I'll let you respond.
sure, thank you so much. I'm really glad you asked. Christine, would you come forward, please? As it would happen, Mary, I've been working for the last couple of months with SHRA on this plan.
Okay.
And I would love to bring it forward on October 22nd.
Good.
However, I would like to ask you to hold out funding so that if I bring a plan forward with 100 beds in my district as a scatter site shelter, which I believe we're on our way to doing, would you like to
Yes,
speak
we've
to
had
that?
a few meetings, including with Councilmember Ashby, and we're coming up a plan. Sorry, Christine Weichert, SHRA.
Okay.
A little surprised by being up here. So we are trying to formulate a plan, and not unlike sort of what we did with Capitol Park, but more on a scattered site basis and North Natomas. So
Are
hopefully.
you going to be able to identify 100 beds in October?
We are working on that.
You're working, but you're not there yet.
Not there yet, but we're working on it.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think that's what I've asked. That's what I want. And if that comes forward, I will congratulate you and say thanks. And in terms of the funding, we'll sit down and work out the funding because, again.
Mayor, may I finish? Please, you said you would give me an opportunity to respond.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Christine. I appreciate that very much. I would love to come forward on the 22nd, which is just a few weeks out, and I would love to bring you a plan that could address, and not just women and children, but families, so men in the family could be included, as Councilmember Carr has discussed, because these would be scatter sites. So families would not be combined in a location. I would not disclose the location, although I will tell you it would be in my district, because we do plan on helping victims of domestic violence, which, as you know, needs to remain an anonymous site. I have worked out a relationship with a service provider who specializes in this and actually does some work here and some in LA with this same population. As well as SHRA, and we are working on some of the parameters that are required around a master lease that would allow us to move forward here. We're pretty close on, but it will require funding. I have tried to keep that funding within the cost of what we allocated to build the shelter in District 8, and if this council would give me the chance to bring that forward on the 22nd and present it as an alternative to moving forward with that shelter, then I would be more than happy to do so, and I'm well on my way. So I hope my colleagues would give me that opportunity. By the way, I know that Rick has talked about a parking lot, and Alan and Jeff have both talked about tent cities, and I believe I could financially fit both of those into this model as well if you have locations, and I'd be more than happy to support them. And Jeff, potentially, maybe even some planning dollars for the hotel conversion that I know you hope to do. So I would love to put that package together, bring it forward on the 22nd. It is my plan. I didn't anticipate announcing it today, but since you asked me, the answer is yes, Mayor. I'd be more than happy to do so, and I can fit it well within the budget that you all have allocated to District 8 if you would walk away from that shelter and instead put those families in my district.
I fully support it.
Of course. So, again, this is good debate, and it's okay that we have some public conversation here. I appreciate any member who brings forward a plan to actually bring people who are unsheltered and homeless of any gender under a roof. So I look forward to that plan. But I think you know the part of what you just described that I do not agree with. It's not in lieu of the shelters. It is in addition to. For the fact of the matter is, we have a volume problem in Sacramento. We have in Sacramento County 5,570 homeless people, according to the point-in-time count, most of who live in the city of Sacramento, most of whom are unsheltered. So this isn't a matter of one approach or the other. It is a variety of approaches that are required if we're actually going to make a dent. So I am not interested in an alternative, although you're welcome to bring forward anything you like. But the council voted, as you know, 6-3 on one and 7-2 on the other to go forward with these two shelters. I promise you that if you come forward with a scattered site approach, I will help you on the money side.
Mayor, if I could.
Because I think we need more.
You
And-
asked me the question, so let me put it in the form of a motion. I will make I don't know if anybody has made a motion to this, but I will did anybody make a motion to move this item? I'll make a motion. Okay.
Let's move the item.
Okay, I'll make a substitute motion to that item, to Councilmember Hanson's motion, and I will do this. I will say, we can move the same amount of money forward, not changing how much money you move forward, but take Meadowview out for now and focus all of these funds on the Alhambra Broadway site until the 22nd, and allow me to bring forward a second proposal. That's not to say you wouldn't do Meadowview later or you wouldn't do another site later, but because, as you stated, we have a bit of a cash flow problem, that we could allocate this first round of funds in my district, give me a chance to present that. If you don't like it on the 22nd, you can go back to the Meadowview model and you can put these funds toward it. But I'm asking my colleagues to give me that chance to bring it forward and see if it's something that you want to try in the first go round. Because one of the things I think would be a good idea would be to diversify the things that we're trying to do and see what works. And doing two shelters that are identical doesn't really do that for us. I'm also super uncomfortable with the children in that low barrier shelter, and I think this could be a solution. I'm offering it in my own district, and I'm offering to use the identical funds and perhaps loop in some other projects that others want to do. So that's a motion. Maybe I can get a second.
Second.
You get a second. I appreciate the motion. I oppose it for the reasons I just articulated earlier. Let's hear from the other members. Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the conversation. Councilmember Carr and I have had a long conversation about the need for a South area location. And as it goes with all the things that are going on in the homeless community, there is a significant need for a South area location. So while I appreciate your substitute motion, it doesn't give me the opportunity to have a South area location. It gives me something in the north. And so I can't support that at this point in time. But I punched up initially to talk about the item that's in front of us today, which is item 33. And one of the speakers came up and spoke to the fact that there will be no fence and no wall. And then she had a broad category of safety. And I guess I'm talking to the city manager at this point in time. Has decisions been made that there will be no fence and no wall? And has decisions been made as it relates to the safety that will take place at that location?
No, they have not. I think that, in fact, Emily's here in the audience. Maybe she can come up and talk about the preliminary design of the shelter there. But it was always the intent to have the shelter site fenced off. And security, we've had discussions about what that looks like too, but the plan, as I mentioned, we're going to bring forward on the operational issues. But with regard to the perimeter, I think that's fundamentally we have to fence the
So
site.
before Emily goes, I know there's certain fencing that is up now, but that does not preclude us from being able to put more fencing in. And it also doesn't preclude us from talking to the neighborhood associations and the neighborhood advocates as far as what they might want to see there as well. Is that true?
In terms of the perimeter fencing?
Yes.
Well, Councilman Carr is in the process of appointing a community advisory committee that we're going to work with.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
To work through
I want
some
to
of
make
that.
sure that the community is involved in the whole process.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I sent that to you today, by the way.
Okay, thank you.
Well, James might be better to talk about the actual physical layout, but I can definitely say that the plans I've seen from his division all include a perimeter fencing as well as secure access, both for the Meadowview site, but any sites that we've been planning out. And so my understanding is there would be a completely secure fence around it. In addition, operationally, we would have it monitored 24/7 so that access is limited only to people who are either guests or are there for purposes of helping to run the shelter. So I do believe that all the plans I've seen in Meadowview, I think they're working on exactly how it will look, but it will have a perimeter fence.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Thank you. Councilman Warren, then Councilmember Schneer. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm smiling because I see action. I see the intent of the council and the seriousness in which we're debating this issue. Also understanding that these dollars are very precious that we have to work with, and we need to try to do as much as we can and be as efficient as possible. And so first of all, I would hope that it would make sense that the substitute motion, given that it's a short time frame, would make sense for us to consider. You know, as you know, I voted against the District 8 proposal, and obviously it's moving forward. It's moving forward. However, if a plan is able to come before us in the next 2 to 3 weeks that is inclusive of District 1, which we've pushed for, also with support for District 3 and Jeff and what he wants to do, as well as consideration for District 2, I want to hear it, I want to see it, I want to give it an opportunity to be vetted and for us to vote on it. I'm in support of the substitute motion, but I'm also, I think, more encouraged, even though we have some discourse on the council because this is a tough issue, but we have now multiple council districts that have put forth proposals. Now, I've spoke to a couple of my colleagues on the council. There's another site that could be a potential shelter site in a district that does not have one. It's a site, I think it should be considered. I'm very familiar with it. And so I am of the impression that we're making progress. Maybe the site is being considered. I'm hopeful that it will be. I'm not going to put anybody on the spot, but I'm happy to talk with them after the council meeting. I will say that Councilman Harris and I toured a site in District 2 last week, and I think he was pretty encouraged by what he saw. And I am happy to bring it forward. I would like to see the full support of the council in identifying a council district. And I quite honestly thought Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem Ashby was going to be the last one to come forward. But there's still several others of us that I'd like to see come forward as well with sites. And so I'm going to reserve my site until the next go-around. But believe me, we've always been at the forefront of this, and we will continue to do our part, as I've said. But I will support the substitute motion.
Very good. Councilman Chenier.
Wasn't expecting this one tonight. So, look, we've had lots of discussion. We've all gotten more calls on this issue than anything else. We've had multiple discussions on this as one of the, if not the highest priority for this council to deal with for all kinds of reasons. We may have different strategies to get there, but we all want to get to the same place, which is fixing this problem and moving the city forward. As the highest priority, number one, I don't want to delay what we're doing now, because I think every week that we delay it is 1 week we don't have a shelter open in part of this city, which I think is a major problem. So I want to move forward. I'm opposed to the substitute motion. However, I do want to say that whether it's a parking lot, whatever Mr. Warren seems to be talking about, or 100 scattered sites, I'm more than willing and desirous of finding additional money in the budget if we need to address this problem. So I don't see this as an either-or problem. I think it's great if we can find another 100, 150 beds, whatever that looks like. It helps us solve the problem faster. It's something that we all agree we need to do. And if it's putting off some other things for a year or two, I'm willing to do that, because I think this is the most important thing that we're doing right now.
Thank you. Councilman Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, we took a vote on these two shelters, and we actually leaned on staff to fast track it. And I thank the city manager and all the staff for working very hard and diligently to start bringing these two shelters forward. I'm really not of a mind to slow it down. We started a program, and I would like to see it through to completion as quickly as possible. That being said, you know, I welcome shelters in District 3. I want more shelter beds in District 3, and to that end, I do have in mind a hotel conversion. I brought forward the idea of the Moe's type shelter, the Modesto Outdoor Emergency Shelter model, as an interim way to be able to navigate people to a safe place while we struggle to get these shelter beds stood up. I also have a fully developed at this point proposal for a tiny home village. And I have a site that I would like to bring forward for that too. But, you know, all of these things are going to take significant infusions of money that currently we don't have. The money that we have has been allocated to these two projects that we voted for. And I think that we need to move forward on those in all haste. That being said, I would like to have an agenda item in the not-too-distant future to bring forward all of these other proposals, Councilmember Ashby's and Councilmember Warren's included, so that all of, are y'all listening? Mm-hmm. Okay.
We're looking for dates.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for that. Anyway, I'm just saying, let's get all these proposals on the table and start to figure out how much money it's going to take to bring all these forward. Because quite frankly, all of these proposals that we're talking about tonight are not even going to get us to the capacity that we need to make a serious dent in this homeless problem. So we need to keep this conversation alive. We need to move it forward. Just because we've got two projects and we spend our money, I don't think means that we quit talking about what is coming, because there are viable proposals on the table. So that would be my suggestion, but I want to support item 33.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ashby.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for City Manager. From a timing standpoint, I worry about money. I think Councilmember Harris does too. I know the mayor does not, because he we'll fundraise or get HEAP or whatever. I worry that one of those will fall out and we won't get to move forward with something because we've already spent money on something else. I think we have varying degrees of opinions on that at the dais. But to Councilmember Harris's point, if we came forward on the 22nd, if the council rejects my substitute today and we move forward with this item as it is, and we come forward on the 22nd, and this council decides to prioritize a project in that bucket ahead of, say, Meadowview, maybe we can get it done faster for whatever reason. I mean, obviously, this is a 2-second on-the-fly conversation with SHRA off the cuff of the mayor trying to call me on the floor for not having a proposal. So we're doing the best we can in that, lane. But at a more thorough presentation, which I've been working to put together, I would have more information for you guys about how much things cost, and when it could open, and what could be included. And Rick, I know you want to do parking lot. I don't actually know if you have a parking lot identified, but if you do, we could include that. I included it in what I asked them to fund is a parking lot. I asked them to include a small, one, either tiny home or safe ground, and startup funding for Jeff's project. So that is my focus right now. And I just want to know from the city manager's standpoint, if I came forward on the 22nd, even after voting on this, because this isn't really a big expenditure, this is just opening a CIP, could this council at that point vote to redirect funds to prioritize one of these projects ahead of the Meadowview shelter?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm still gonna stand by my substitute and hope that my colleagues would support it, but if they don't, and we can come forward on the 22nd, and I can lay out something to you that would be better, faster, whatever, different, more diverse, helps us in some way, and make the argument on the 22nd, and touch on potentially 1, 2, 3, 4 additional council districts, then I hope that there would be funding at that time, potentially delaying Meadowview till another time, or maybe a different use. Maybe it's just some other kind of facility, I don't know. But perhaps if we're addressing that population, there might be an opportunity to have that discussion at that point as well.
So a couple things. If we come forward on the 22nd, there are, let's say, 3 or 4 other options. The funding piece is one, and we can work through. It's the math part of it. But I would be looking for this council to prioritize those sites, because there's the resources and staff capacity to deliver in the timeframe that everybody
And like
needs.
Councilmember Chenier said, I mean, the order, it's really about order. There might be something that gets punted so that we do something else. But I don't think we can do everything all at once. Right, like, for example, Capitol Park, which is a great project that Councilmember Hanson's doing in his district. The money gets paid back, so at some point, we would have that money again to spend again. So I guess what I'm trying to figure, maybe at that point, my hope was to get that money invested in Jeff's project when it comes back, so that you could do a second project, but maybe I could get him the startup funding to have it ready before that money comes. So that was my goal. I wasn't prepared to lay it all out today, but I will on the 22nd. But I think it's going to require upfront earlier investment, although I also think I can deliver beds faster than you can in District 8. So that's my pitch for the 22nd.
Councilman Carr.
And Councilmember Ashby, I'm willing to work with you to identify scattered shelter sites. There's not a lot of vacancy in the district. Believe it or not, people do not move from the Meadowview area. There are very few for sale or rent signs. But there are places that we could perhaps garner. It may take not only subsidizing the tenants, but also indemnifying the property owners. And if we can do that, I'm positive we can get people off the street right now. The second thing is that we can identify parking lots, if we're willing to pay for that, where pay for security, pay for the wraparound services, pay for the restrooms and the showers, then there are places that will take those right now too. So you don't have to wait for a long construction project. You can get people off the street right now today.
They're in their cars. I mean, off the streets. They're in their cars.
Yeah.
Well, what does that mean? They're excuse me. I'm talking to Councilmember Carr for a minute. They are in their little Nissans, 3, 4 people leaning back, trying to sleep. That's not shelter. That's better than the street, but that's not shelter.
I didn't say that was shelter. One of the things that has been suggested is that we have safe parking places for people. Councilmember Jennings and I have gone around to look at some of these places. And if that's an option to get people off the street so they're not sleeping in the rain, then we can identify some of those very quickly. If we are looking at getting women and children and families off the street very quickly, we can do that without waiting for this RFP. We can do that right now by identifying those properties that are available, renting them, indemnifying the property owner, and voila, they're gone. They're off the street.
Do you have another question?
Yeah, I just was going to answer that, Councilmember Carr, and say, Mayor, I think he might also be talking about, and I've heard them both talk a little bit about RVs also in those parking lots, so that would be a little bit different. RVs.
RVs.
Yeah,
No,
I think,
that's different.
I think that's one of the things,
No,
I think I
that's-
heard.
That's,
That's one of the things, that's one of the things we were.
RV could be
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And that sort of that would satisfy Councilmember Jennings' concern that there's no services, no
Right.
housing in the south area.
I just was going to say, for me, and again, I'll flesh this out on the 22nd, but Councilmember Harris and I have talked a lot about an organization called Lava Me, and I would think at a tent city and/or a parking lot, we would need some type of Lava Me service, which is showers, bathrooms, and stuff like that for folks. So I have included that also as a request in the cost. So, and you being a part of the district makes it cheaper for me. So I think if we do that, we maybe could go farther faster. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor. Sorry.
forward to your-
I intend to present
Last
off the cuff.
comment. I just want to say that I 3/4 agree with Alan Warren that all of this is actually pretty good here in the sense that the conversation, the controversy is generating a lot of thinking and actually specific ideas, and I appreciate it. My only admonition, opinion, it's just opinion because any member can bring any motion they want, try to redirect funding, that's fine. If the idea is to offer 100 beds, but then take 100 beds off the table, we're not advancing around the volume question that we need to address. The number is in the thousands. Our theory is, and I believe it, that if we do this right, the way Emily and others have envisioned, people can move through low barrier triage an average of every 4 to 6 months. So 800 beds can become 1,600 people, can become 2,400 people. And then you begin getting at the numbers. And that's what we're trying to do. So we don't want it to be zero sum, we want it to be additive. Always the will of the council, of course. Let's take a vote on the substitute motion, please.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Ashby? Yes. Councilmember Warren? Councilmember Harris? Councilmember Hanson? Councilmember Schneer? Councilmember Guerra? Councilmember Jennings? Councilmember Carr? And Mayor Steinberg.
No. All right, on the main motion, please call the roll.
Councilmember Ashby? Councilmember Warren? Councilmember Harris? Councilmember Hanson? Councilmember Schneer? Councilmember Guerra? Councilmember Jennings? Councilmember Carr? And Mayor Steinberg.
Aye, that passes 6-3. Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to, we finished the consent calendar. And at the request of Councilmember Jennings, we were going to move the item number 42 without objection, please, the Delta Shores item up to the front.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Arwen Watt with the Finance Department. This is the public hearing on the formation of a bonded community facilities district, also known as a CFD, for the Delta Shores CFD number 2019-01, the replacement of the Delta Shores Planning Area Regional Infrastructure Fee with the proposed Delta Shores Impact Fee, which includes an updated Delta Shores Finance Plan, and an acquisition and shortfall agreement with the Delta Shores property owner. To save time, staff will step aside to allow the developer team to make a brief presentation on the proposal, but staff will still be available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have members of the of the public signed up to speak on this item?
I have speakers on this, 6 speakers. First is Jeff Solomon, Jesse Reese, then Anthony Wilson.
That was the precinct. Well, we've got the appellant here. Okay, well, let's start up with the appellant, then we'll come up with the speakers here. We'll ask the applicant to come up here. Thank you. And then we'll come up with the public comment.
Good evening, members of the council. Gregory Thatch, and it's my privilege to represent the Delta Shores project owned by Merlone Geyer tonight. It's a great night for us to be here to report to you the great progress that's happened at Delta Shores. This project was originally approved in 2009, subsequent approvals in 2015. And I'd just like to give you some economic impact numbers about this project. The project to date has built over 900,000 square feet of retail. When it's completed, it will be over 935,000 square feet. It is the largest non-mall retail project in the region. Infrastructure construction on this project has been significant. $49 million was spent by Merlone Geyer on the interchange. An additional $26 million has been put into the ground for infrastructure. Building construction to date has totaled $160 million. Sales tax generated by this project for 2018, $1.6 million. Property tax for 2018, $1.6 million. And employment is estimated to be approximately 2,000. So this has had a very significant impact on our community, and I know those of us who are involved in it are very proud of that. Tonight is a milestone for us because we're putting the public financing piece together, a very important piece to move forward. In the weeks ahead, we'll be back here with more implementation measures, probably through the end of the year, and we encourage you to vote positively on those. I also want to say putting one of these together represents a great deal of work. City attorney, city treasurer, outside counsel, economists, but I want to give special thanks to Sherry Smith and Arwen Walk. I got to tell you, they were always available, they were creative, they were so helpful to us, and they deserve all of your accolades as well as ours. And what I'd like to do now, if I may, is introduce for some brief comments Scott McPherson from Merlone Geyer, who is with us tonight. He has been the partner in charge of this project and has been the guiding force from the very beginning. Scott?
Thank you and good evening. My name's Scott McPherson. I'm Executive Managing Director of M&H Realty Partners, the owners of Delta Shores, and thank you for the opportunity tonight. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to make a few comments in advance of your consideration. Over these past 12 years, we have spent a tremendous amount of time and effort in bringing this project to fruition and meeting our vision for it. Our local team, led by Gary Moliot and Baron Karenite, have done an excellent job seeing it through. And in fact, despite a great recession and despite dislocation in retail and retailer bankruptcies, we have built and leased nearly 1 million square feet of retail, which I believe at the time is one of the largest in the country under construction. But we didn't do it alone. We were supported by the community at every turn. Special thanks to several community members that are here tonight. And the city has been a key partner as well. Together, we built the freeway interchange. Together, we extended Cosumnes River Boulevard. And we've literally paved the way toward residential development to occur next. So the matter that is before you tonight is very crucial. I want to thank Councilman Jennings for his support and leadership on this. This critical finance program is really the last step, and with it in place, we'll be able to see through the construction of residences that are so needed for the area. And with that, I will remain here for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation and appreciate the project here. We're gonna go, Mr. Councilmember Jennings, do you mind if we go to public comment here?
I think we have some young people who I definitely want to hear from. Is that true? Who are prepared to speak tonight? And I think you can always tell the success of a project like this by what our young people have to say. So I'd like to give them the floor real quickly, if I may.
Okay, we'll go ahead and ask our young members of the city of Sacramento to join us here at the dais, at the podium.
And if I'm correct, that would be Anthony Wilson, James Smooth, and Vincent Silveira.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Anthony Wilson. My mom, Kaisha, and grandfather, Anthony Davis, attended more than 13 planning meetings on Delta Shores. Time and determination they spent making sure Delta Shores offers something for everyone, especially young people like us. Their hard work truly paid off, and we enjoy Delta Shores.
Good evening, City Council. James B. Smooth. I am here representing my grandparents, James and Diane Smooth, 7615 Jacinto Road. My grandmother is the youth coordinator at 24th Street Baptist Church. She has watched this community change over many years and is very excited for the 24th Street portion of Delta Shores to be built. My family and I can truly say we are thankful for the opportunities Delta Shores has provided.
Vincent Silveira. Pat Shelby, founder of my neighborhood association, is unable to attend today's meeting. She would ask for me to relay the following message. This developer has worked effectively with the community, and we are happy with the progress made thus far. What we want in the future is effective political coordination and support for the community and the developers. Patricia Shelby, 8531 Dartford Drive. Along with AJ and James, I truly do believe that Delta Shores is an amazing place. Thank you.
Thank you for
All right, if you guys will come stop for a second, if you'll turn around to the public. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to let you know that this is your mayor and your vice mayor and your pro tem and future council members. Give them a round of applause, please.
Thank you for your comments tonight.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Well, hold on, we'll go to Councilmember Warren here.
Yeah, there we go. I just wanted to, first of all, just say, I'm a real estate developer, and when people come up and are advocates for the work that you've done, I want to say that the development team has done something right. I think, as Councilman Jennings pointed out, having the young people speak, the developer came up and said a few words, but it means a lot when you get people to advocate on your behalf and to say that they're proud to have been associated with this project. And my understanding is that you young men have been with this project since the 5th grade. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are now, what, juniors or seniors in high school? Juniors in high school. So, I mean, that says a lot about your commitment, your presentation, your articulation, the way you young men are dressed. You look like you're ready to do business. I want to just encourage you, okay? This is very important that you've done this, but it should be just a step. Stay on the path. I know a couple of you want to go to UC Berkeley, is that correct? So, so you got to put in some work. You have to stay diligent, do the things that are asked of you. Community service is a big part of getting accepted into particularly some of the top colleges, and UC Berkeley is one of the top colleges. I think the other young man is intent on starting his business right away. He want to go right to work and make some money. So, but I just want to encourage you guys. You look great. I think you've done your families well and made them proud. Hopefully you'll stay with the project, and hopefully the developer will continue to create opportunities for young people like you to participate. All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Don't leave just yet. It looks like we got Councilman. Oh, on a different night? Okay. Well, thank you very much for your comments. Councilmember Carr, do you mind if we can finish the public comment period? Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is
Thank you
Jeff
very much.
Solomon, then Jesse Reese, and Keith Heron.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jeff Solomon. I am a homeowner in District 8,
and I'm a member of the Meadowview Neighborhood Association. Though tonight I'm speaking by half of my own opinions, not on behalf of the Neighborhood Association. My wife and I moved to Sacramento, to Meadowview 4 years ago, and I've been active in community activities for about 2 years. So I'm pretty much a newbie, and I'm a little nervous. But when I learned recently that the entire residential district in Delta Shores is in District 7, I was just flabbergasted and surprised, because when I look at my neighborhood, and I spend a lot of time in the Pinnell Center and 24th Street, and I just look at the map, it doesn't make sense. It's not logical to me. And I really don't know the history of it, so I have that as an excuse to continue my comments. But it's not gerrymandering, because that has to do with coming up with votes and redistricting in weird ways. But I'm wondering if political considerations might have been used to put this district entirely in District 7. And if that's the case, and with all the consideration that has gone regarding gerrymandering in the public, I'm wondering if there could be some consideration during the next census and the redistricting that there might be a place for some of that community to be part of District 8. It just seems right to me. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yeah. Mr. Carr, yes.
So part of Delta Shores is in District 8.
Oh, well, then I'm a newbie and I'm misinformed.
There's a small slice.
A small slice.
The way the districts were formed the last time, the council drew the district lines. They drew it while they were up here, by the way. Now we have a new redistricting process where citizens will be selected in a very random process to draw the district lines. And they will be drawn to keep like communities together, to not disenfranchise any one community, and to observe the natural barriers between communities. It's not an easy job to do that.
No, I'm sure
and
it's
still
not.
have all the districts come out plus or minus 5% in population. So you can participate in the redistricting process. The way it will work for the city is on the city's website. You can go to the website, to the city clerk's website, and she will have displayed how it's all going to come down. And it won't be political at all, we hope. And I don't think the districts will look like this at all.
Okay, well, I apologize for my ignorance, and thank you. I'll certainly look up.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk?
Next speaker's Jesse Reese, and then Keith Herron.
Good evening, Mr. Reese.
Good evening. My name is Jesse Reese, President of Meadowview Neighborhood Association, and I want to thank Councilman Carr for that clarification. And I also want to thank the young man that just got on board with Delta Shores, but that gives me an opportunity to speak from the old people's side. I just want to say to the community that our community organization have a great relationship with Malone and Geyer. The things that we talked about in our vision have all been taking place. A few homes, neighborhood commercial will be nice. I do know that this takes a process. As I been engaged well into this project for over 30 years through community efforts. As I stated, this is a process. We know it takes time, and we look forward to the continued success and forward movement of the Delta Shores project. And personally, I would like to see some of that stuff take place before I move out. A lot of us are getting up there in age, and like I said, been involved with this for well over 30 years before some of you guys was on the council. And so I would just indicate the fact that move forward, and as one guy said, the comedian, get it done. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Reese, and heard loud and clear, get it done.
And Keith Herron is the final speaker on this item.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Keith Herron, and I'm the former chairman of the Meadowview Development Committee. I had the opportunity to conduct the community meetings for the Delta Shores project. Throughout the process, Mr. Thatch and M&A Development have been nothing but outstanding, achieving all their promises. I'm really excited about this project. I think it brings a lot of quality to the Meadowview community. Number one, it's very walkable if you've been in the area. There's an outdoor fire pit. There's a place where you can have a nice band play. There's shopping. Very few areas like that in Meadowview, and I think we need to continue funding this project. Also, the project increases the quality of life for the residents in the area. not only by offering employment, but also tax dollars, 3.2 million tax dollars to be exact, per year, which is very important for our city. And lastly, I love Delta Shores because it has healthy food options. You know, we've always had issues about the food in our neighborhood. And so I love going to Panera Bread and eating that healthy food, organic foods, and there's not many options like that that we have in Meadowview. So I'm just encouraging you to support this project, and I appreciate all the work that Mr. Thatch and his group has done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, does that conclude our public comment? Good. I'll take it over to Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the comments that have been made and the support for this project. It is a project that not only benefits South Sacramento, but it benefits the entire city of Sacramento and will do for many years. So I would like to open and close the public hearing, and I would like to move the item.
It's been properly moved. It's been and seconded. Councilmember Carr.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have been supporting anything positive in our area for decades, and this is a positive thing. We don't necessarily support the negative things, but we support the positive stuff. And this is definitely positive. A 200-acre park, thousands of homes, but it also presents a challenge to us. And I want you to know about the challenge that it presents. Delta Shores will connect on 24th Street with the rest of Meadowview. Now imagine what those homes are going to look like and what that street is going to look like when it's completed. Pristine streets leading up to a huge commercial area and a huge park, 200-acre regional park. That's why we have been focused on trying to improve the look of Meadowview at 24th Street, because I think it's going to leave a scar on our psyche if 24th Street is not improved to match the way it looks when it gets to Delta Shores. So we have a project that completely redesigned 24th Street to match what 24th Street will look like in Delta Shores. And 24th Street has also been the focus of our efforts to take down the chain link fences and put in drought-tolerant landscaping, easy-to-maintain landscaping. So at some point, it'll probably be later after I've gone, there's going to be a request to this council to fund that project to redo 24th Street, totally redesign it, so there's a seamless transition between Meadowview and the new Delta Shores. And I would urge my colleagues to support that effort.
Thank you, Mr. Carr, and thank you for your vision. Councilmember Jennings.
In addition to 24th, and I support the renovation of the 24th Street corridor, but in addition, we also need to be looking at Detroit Boulevard, because that also comes directly into the property. And so I would hope that we get equal support for Detroit Boulevard as we move forward with this project.
Great. Thank you very much, Councilmember Jennings. Mr. City Manager, sounds like you've got some good comments and a lot of work ahead. Thank you, Mr. Thatch and the applicants. Seeing no more members of the council signed up to speak, I'll go and ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Measure passes. Madam Clerk.
We move back to item 35, a public hearing, and the recommendation is to continue this item to October 15th.
Is there a motion? Okay, all in favor of the motion or any testimony on this
There's
item?
not.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstained, that is item is continued to the 15th of October. Okay, we now move to what, item?
Item 36 was 2019 Drinking Water Quality Public Health Goals Report. And I have no public comment on this item.
Public comment. Thank you. What are the highlights? Sure. Welcome.
Thank you. This is the clicker? Yeah, that's the, yes? All right.
Is this, do we want to hear a full public report on this? Let's hear a summary. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Mark Severeid. I'm the Water Quality Superintendent for the City Department of Utilities, and I'm here to present our 2019 Public Health Goals Report. Public Health Goals Report is a state-mandated evaluation of the city's drinking water quality in comparison to public health goals, which are established by the state of California, and we're mandated to do this report every 3 years. Let's see, before we get into the details of the report, I'd just like to provide some background on some terms. Drinking water standards, such as maximum contaminant levels, are legally enforceable requirements. They're established by the state of California and/or the federal government, and they are designed to maximize the protection of public health while taking into consideration technical and economic feasibility of achieving compliance. On the other hand, public health goals are non-enforceable target levels developed by the state of California. They represent a threshold below which there is zero risk to public health. When establishing public health goals, the state does not, and in fact is not permitted to take technical or economic factors into consideration. Maximum contaminant level goals are developed by US EPA, and they're the federal equivalent of a public health goal. So the public health, the 2019 Public Health Goals Report identified 3 contaminants in city water: arsenic, radionuclides, and coliform bacteria, which were detected at levels over their public health goals or maximum contaminant level goals. It's important to point out that none of the 3 were detected over their maximum contaminant levels, which are the legally enforceable.
Okay, so they're all below. That's the bottom line. All below the maximum,
That is correct.
acceptable contaminant
They
level.
they are all within acceptable legal limits. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to say that the conclusion of the report that at this point was that there's no action recommended to take on these items, that our current operational practices are keeping things under control.
All kidding aside, I mean, this is obviously a very serious subject, and the reason why it's important that we kind of get to the bottom line here is for the public to know and for us to know whether there are any significant risks that we need to be out in front of now, and you're telling us there are not to our drinking water supply. Okay, that's good. Councilman Harris?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Severin, in the past, Sacramento water quality is always rated very high amongst other municipalities, and is that still the case in your opinion?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you have any figures to compare it to other jurisdictions, municipalities, or perhaps Pravani does?
I don't know. I don't know if I have any beyond my own opinions. I don't know if I do.
So the data we typically would look at is maximum contaminant levels. We would look at other agencies' consumer confidence reports. And for the most part, I think our water quality is pretty good in a lot of instances, above what you would see in other areas. But we don't do direct comparisons, so it's not part of any report that we produce to say this is the city's water versus other areas.
Well, I would like to say that I have a lot of confidence in our water team, and specifically Pravani. I think you're a tremendous water scientist. So I feel very confident drinking our water. I would just say this, that in the report you said that if we were to go for a reverse osmosis system to try to lower our contaminant levels, it would be extremely costly.
Correct.
You know, $60 million more or less, and perhaps raise everybody's water utility bill by $6.90, as I recall. And I wanted to point out that, of course, everybody can buy an under-counter reverse osmosis system, that if you increased our utility rate by that amount, it would pay for itself in about 2 years. And they have a useful life of many years. So it actually works out in the consumer's favor, I think, to do their own reverse osmosis system. I just wanted to make that comment, and that being said, I'd like to open and close the public hearing and move the item.
Moved and seconded. There is no public testimony. Thank you very much. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstain. We now move on to the Twin Rivers project. We do have 2 items. Do you want to present them together so that we can take separate motions? Is that
Yes.
right?
Tyrone Roderick Williams, Director of Development at the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency.
We do have two items, item 37 and 38. I will provide the report concurrently, and then there will be a separate vote. The reports before you request the approval of the mortgage revenue bonds issuance for Twin Rivers Phases 1 and 2, also known as Block A, B, and D. The Twin Rivers Public Housing Development originally contained 218 units of public housing. These buildings have been demolished, and the developer is preparing financing for the next two phases for new housing. Both phases, 1 and 2, will be financed with 4% tax credits and tax-exempt bonds. Phase 1 funding sources include $7 million in gap financing from SHRA, $7 million from HUD Choice Neighborhood Initiatives, and a TCC grant from the Strategic Growth Council. And we're seeking a multifamily housing grant, a loan from the state. In Phase 2, which includes Blocks B and E, it requires no gap financing from SHRA. Other funding sources include $8 million in Choice Neighborhood Initiatives funding and an AHSC award from the Strategic Growth Council. When complete, the entire Twin Rivers community will consist of 487 units with an array of affordability and a minimum of 218 public housing replacement units. This concludes my presentation for tonight, and we would like first to have the vote for the first proposal for item 37, which is Phase 1.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Tyrone. I would like to go ahead and open and close the public hearing for number 37 and 38. Call for separate votes, please.
Okay, any public testimony?
And the motion was to move staff recommendation.
Yes.
I do have four speakers on these items. The first is Mac Worthy on item 37 and 38, Robert Copeland on 37, Torin Dunnequist on 38, and then Carolyn DeVoida.
Let's take all four for either item, please, or both. Mr. Worthy?
Good afternoon, panel. We see this kind of 218 units, then we jump to 480 units. Then we back, Mayor, you back to bonding. Where is your set aside of $40 million going to go to if you're going to keep putting the city into debt? Wake up, people. Where is the money going? Another $40 million in bonds, and you only got 600 to 700 units? What are you doing with the money? I want to do the county get the same report. Now, when I was over at the county, it's millions of dollars that the state have put forward here in Sacramento. And that's a split between the city and county. Where is that money going to go to? Somebody lying. Mayor, somebody lying. Is it you? Somebody lying about money here. Somebody gonna have to tell the truth here soon about money, because you won't have no homeless people involved there, because you gotta rehabilitate, and the majority of the homeless people is on disability. So how are they gonna rent? You got the welfare strategy there. The boy in the Heights almost missed it because they're putting him out of it as a community thing of development. What are the criteria we can show that that program works? It's no criteria. Mayor, when you give out money, when you shake crumbs to these nonprofit organizations, do you require a return? Or do we have to file a Freedom of Information Act to see why you gave these nonprofit organizations the taxpayers' dollar? Because something ain't connecting here. That's the same thing over here with what went on with Carl. You are pimping that neighborhood through nonprofit organizations. Seeing this man having a problem here. And
Your comments, your time is complete. Our next speaker is Robert Copeland, then Torin Dunnequist. Robert Copeland, Lauren Dunnequist, and then Carol Davidova.
Well, I have a question for SHRA. When will shovels be on the ground completing if the funding goes through? on phases one and two, and maybe phase three, or how many phases you have? When will the shovels be underground, and will we be completed? If we get all the funding, let's say in the next year. That's all I have to say.
Torrin Dunavant.
Thanks very much. I'm Torrin Dunavant with the Sacramento Tree Foundation. We're lucky enough to be a part of the Twin Rivers project thanks to the funding from the Strategic Growth Council, the Transformative Climate Communities Project. What we're able to do because of that is really focus on a lot of important elements. For the Tree Foundation, it's doing a really smart urban forest for that area and working really closely with the folks that are going to be coming into the community, making sure that they're participating in every step of the process to plant a vibrant urban forest in that area. And of course, all of y'all know how important it is to have the trees in the neighborhood because of the benefits that they bring, improved public health, improved mental health, improved property value. A lot of the trees are going to be planted adjacent to the buildings, so providing a lot of energy savings benefits. And then we'll provide green corridors along the major boulevard, along the park that's going to be going into the area and throughout the whole project area. And we're going to be working with the community members to determine what kind of trees to plant and hopefully, provide a legacy for the entire area. We have on tap about 300 trees or more going into the area, and at least half of them shading buildings. Another component of the project will be to bring in the Sacramento Regional Conservation Corps to support the planting and help with jobs development, hoping even to hire people that live directly in that community into that process. So we're very excited for it and appreciate the support of the city.
Carol Davidova is the last speaker on item 38.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the mayor and council. I'm a 20-year homeowner in District 5, and I'm Carol Davidova with Grid Alternatives. Our mission is to make renewable energy technology and training accessible to low-income communities and communities of color. Sacramento ranked number 2 in the state for energy burden among low-income families. And the solar system that Grid will install at Twin Rivers community is part of a sustainable development strategy. It will offset common energy consumption by about 50%, provide clean fuel for the on-site electric vehicle car share program, and incorporate hands-on paid training opportunities for 12 residents. By integrating workforce development in every solar project Grid Alternative does, we enable residents to take part in implementing important climate solutions in their own community. Grid will additionally help with energy efficiency education for residents, especially as it relates to new time of day rates. Thank you for supporting low-income housing in Sacramento.
All right. We do have a motion and a second. We don't have any other council members. On both items, did we move both items?
We have to vote separately.
Let's vote first.
Make a
Yes,
comment.
sir.
And thank SHRA. Howard, great to see you here. Torrin, thank you for your comments. This is an essential project, I think, certainly for the River District and for District 3, but for the city, a big piece of affordable housing. Glad to see this move forward.
Yep, it's great and important work. Thank you. Item 37, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Abstain? That passes unanimously. Item 38, all in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed? Abstain? That measure passes unanimously as well. Thank you.
Mayor, we have one more. We'd like to make a public announcement regarding this project tonight. Just
Okay.
briefly. Tonight, I'd like to announce the new name for the Twin Rivers Revitalization Project. A theme and a new name was selected through a collaborative process that included Twin Rivers residents, River District business leaders, community leaders, and city council staff. Collectively, it was decided that the new community would have a strong reference to nature. The streets are named for butterflies. In addition to the new 1.2-acre city park that will be a part. There will also be a 2/3 acre community garden, fruit orchard, and garden learning center. I'd like to invite the residents of Twin Rivers and all of our strategic partners who are a part of this effort to join me. We would like to publicly join me at the podium, as in now. Thank you all very much.
Come on up, everybody.
We would like to publicly declare the new name.
Mirasol.
And so the name of Sacramento's newest, greenest, mixed-income urban neighborhood is Mirasol Village. Mirasol Village. Mirasol is a Spanish word meaning sunflower, and each of you have been given a package of sunflower seeds to mark this special occasion. At this time, we would ask if the members of City Council and the mayor would please stand at the dais, and we could join you for a photo as we come toward you at the lower level.
This is great. Mirasol, congratulations.
Thank you.
Right, come on up, you guys.
Marisol. Sunflower, man.
I'd like to ask if there are any city staff that have been working with us on this project. We welcome you to join us. Other SHRA staff that have been involved in this project, we welcome you to join us as well.
Anyone else coming? We'll get down a little bit. You don't have to squat, just put your arms down. Okay. I guess that's what we're gonna do. 3, 2, 1. Big smiles, everybody. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Planting seeds everywhere. All right. Let's move now to item 39. These are the fees related to the Tenant Protection Act. Who is presenting on this? Martina? Yes. Go ahead.
All right, just while the staff make their way down, I just want to take a second first to thank the council for to work on this item, which we passed on August 13th. It's rare that we see an item that we pass that day immediately be relevant to people's lives, but the coalition work and a lot of the staff work that went into it did make an immediate impact related to some of the displacement and rent issues that our community has been experiencing. But I just wanted to take a minute before she starts her presentation to particularly thank Tina Lee Vogt. We asked her to move mountains, and she moved mountains to make sure that this happened in the timeline that we described. Ryan, she is a testament to the Community Development Department. Peter, I think that you're very lucky to have Tina on your team. Even as you start your new job as Code Enforcement Director, nothing in the city like this can happen without Tina. And so we are here, we are grateful. I know that the coalition members and some of the people who both supported and may have opposed the ordinance are here because we're trying to make it work well. And so, but Tina, I just wanted to thank you in particular because you had to clear your desk of all the other projects to get this done in time, and you did it, and I'm really proud of you and grateful for all your work.
Oh, thank you.
And with that, I'll open and close the hearing and move the item.
Okay.
But you can present.
Well, the only, so Tina Lee Vogt, Community Development Department, the only thing I did want to add related to this item is that, as you're aware, AB 1482 was passed, and by the legislature, it has not been signed yet by the governor, but we assume that he will be signing it. And so we are working with our city attorney's office, and they're preparing an opinion to compare both our ordinance and the state legislation, and then kind of identify next steps that we may need to take in relationship to that legislation.
And Mayor, just, I meant to say that too. And we'll be back at some point to figure out how to retain the protections that we have and conform with the stronger protections on the rent cap with the state law.
This is great. This is vital cleanup, really, and implementation to the ordinance so that we can actually administer this in an appropriate way. Let's hear from the witnesses, please.
I have 4 speakers. The first is Jose Jaramillo.
Hermosillo.
Jim Lofgren, and then Sarah Zimmerman.
Good evening.
Jose, how are you, sir?
Council members. My name is Jose Hermosillo. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the Sacramento Association of Realtors. Their CEO, Dave Tanner, wanted to be here, but he's out of town, but wanted me to make sure that I conveyed his regards, and also to make sure you knew that we're very happy with your staff's recommendations tonight as a very positive first step toward implementing the city's new rent control ordinance. As a stakeholder, we do look forward to working with you and your staff and Tina to make sure that we can harmonize our ordinance with AB 1482, which we know will be signed into law by the governor, and adopt procedures that will stay true to the letter and spirit of the new rent control provisions and just cause eviction protections. I would just add that Tina so far has been great to work with. She has been very transparent and very proactive in keeping us informed about her plans to move this process forward to get to a place where everybody will be satisfied, hopefully with the final outcome and the process for getting there. So needless to say, we're very appreciative of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jim Lofgren, then Sarah Zimmerman.
Good evening, Jim Lofgren with the California Apartment Association. Kind of adding to the Tina praise night here. I want to thank Tina. You really did give her a monumental task in trying to get this implemented in 30 days. Our association added to it. We asked many questions and also asked for them to Tina and her staff to participate in the seminar. I also want to say thank you to the city attorney staff for their support. We still have a lot of questions, but it's only been 30 days, so we'll continue to work on that. But one of the things I'm pleased to hear is that the goal is to keep the program simple because there's a lot for our industry to absorb. And in the process of keeping it simple, I was really concerned about the fees. The fee levels are reasonable, and I hope in the future they remain reasonable, but we're supportive of what you have tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim.
Next speaker is Sarah Zimmerman, then Robert Copeland.
Sarah.
Good evening. I just want to say again, thank you to the leadership of Councilmember Hanson, of Councilmember Guerra, of Councilmember Jennings, of the mayor and the city council on behalf of Housing for Sacramento, the tens of thousands of people that we represent, janitors, home care workers, state workers, that we are incredibly appreciative of this moving forward in a timely fashion. I know we've just started communicating and we're excited to be offering any kind of technical support and also to work together on the implementation of 1482 as well. So we just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Copeland is the final speaker on this item.
As a member of the Sacramento Tenants Union, I do not support this. I want the charter amendment that 44,000 people signed. Put that on the ballot measure next year. Put that on the November or March elections. This doesn't work for a lot of tenants. I'll tell you why. If you're on SSI, 5%, 6% plus CPI, it's going to cause people to go homeless. Hope you know that, Mayor Steinberg and the rest of the city council that voted for it. And also, did you tell the public it has a sunset clause of 5 years and AB 1482 is a sunset clause of 10 years? And then what? It's going to go wild, wild west on the rent, going way up again? No, it doesn't work. This is a doomed to failure. Thank you.
Okay, the item has been moved and seconded. Vice Mayor Guerra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to, again, thank, all the great staff work. It was amazing. And all I have to say is that the city ordinance you worked on almost mirrors the legislature. They were following your lead. So, Ryan, we've got We've got a great team here. I want to thank Councilmember Steve Hansen for his strong leadership in this, and it's been a pleasure to work with Councilmember Jennings on this piece here. I think it's been a long conversation that came together because I think our good mayor started to shake some trees here. And I think we got to a great spot that's shown some leadership for the state of California. I do want to thank Sarah Zimmerman and then Jose Hermosillo for all your work out there, and all the community advocates, Mr. Lofgren too. I mean, I think we're moving forward together. So with that, Mr. Mayor, proud to second the motion and continue to support this item.
It's great. Yeah, I mean, it's really maybe shouldn't be taken for granted that stakeholders and parties who have been on complete opposite sides of this issue for years are coming up together in an implementation phase, I understand, all, essentially supporting the direction. I think that really says a lot. And congratulations to all of you who've worked so hard on this. And you're right, the state passed theirs, and now we're going to have to do a side-by-side, right, just to see what part of the state law supersedes ours, but this is really important. I think it helped lead to what the state did as well. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstain. That passes unanimously. We now go to item 40.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could start off with, well, we'll go ahead and do the staff report, but then before we do public comment.
Yeah, then we'll do a motion. I understand.
All right, Mayor and City Council, my name is Evan Compton. I'm with the Community Development Department, and the ordinance before you today is a follow-up to a request from Councilmember Guerra. The amendment to the city code would prohibit mini storage, auto repair, including car washes, drive-through restaurants, and accessory drive-throughs for parcels within the Broadway-Stockton Special Planning District. As drafted, the ordinance would not apply to projects which have already received approval for their planning entitlements prior to tonight. And staff is recommending that you adopt the ordinance and will be available for questions.
Okay, Councilman Guerra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I will leave my comments for after the public comment, but I do want to start off with a motion. And given that our previous item was about the issue of our housing crisis that we have, it's prudent that we have this item right after it. So I'm going to move the staff recommendation with the amendment to delete section D9 and D10 related to drive-throughs and have that come back as a separate item.
You're also opening and closing the public hearing.
Do we have to open and close after that? We're not closing it, so we're
opening.
Just opening the public hearing.
Just opening.
With that, I'll move it with the changes to D9 and D10.
Okay, there's a motion on the table. So let us now hear from the public. We do have a dozen.
Of 15 speakers.
15.
The first is Kevin Carter, Charles Ware, and Derek Wilson.
Good evening, council members. I'm here on behalf of the Poor People's Campaign moral budget, which you have not gave any attention to on any of these matters. And on this matter here, when we're talking about these things that you want to eliminate along the corridor of Stockton Boulevard, when it comes to these certain businesses, these businesses are important to the corridor of Stockton Boulevard. And if they weren't, you wouldn't have them in the districts that you have in your own districts, the car washes. That would be important to Stockton Boulevard, where we have a high rate of homelessness and people that need these jobs, a high rate of homelessness where fast food businesses are important, where 100 lots that are unfilled along Stockton Boulevard that are important, that need to be filled before those that represent these areas go on to other places of higher allegiance and leave the poor unfulfilled promises. These things are important before you make the decisions to redline these areas that are in high rate of poverty. I urge that you do not do this. And I urge that you take up the Poor People's Campaign moral budget, because it's important, because that's something that you have not done before you make these decisions economically.
Next speaker is Charles Ware, then Derek Wilson.
I'm just a little confused. Now, when I drive up and down Stockton Boulevard, I see a lot of empty lots and homeless people. And I don't understand why that's not the first priority, building some type of housing on these empty lots. Martin Luther King Village, Boulevard Court, why isn't that the first topic they're talking about right now, as opposed to, I don't know how many people that can be housed at a car wash or a storage facility. Thank you.
Derek Wilson, then Mac Worthy.
Good evening. Derek Wilson with Rubicon Design Group on behalf of Dutch Brothers Coffee. I think Mr. Guerra just heavily revised my presentation with his amended motion. But I'm here to support Dutch Brothers, and I'd like to point out that they have a heavy presence in the area. They employ over 500 people. They have an annual convention and training seminar here that fills about 1,000 hotel rooms. So they have quite a presence here. They're excited to be here, and they plan to continue. But the ordinance, as written previous to the amendment, would have killed one of their project sites that they're working on now. So they don't feel that they've had time to absorb that proposed change. So I strongly support your revised motion. And they would very much like to continue working with staff to come up with a project that serves their market and meets the goals of the city, including outdoor seating and pedestrian appeal and things like that, things that I, by the way, strongly support as well. I would like to just make my major point in my presentation was going to be that I've worked in jurisdictions that have imposed or adopted ambitious transit corridor plans. And then in subsequent years, they've had to roll that back as the land uses didn't match the vision. The land uses didn't come in. So I think that these plans should be heavily targeted. They should start with a cohesive neighborhood with identifiable pedestrian patterns already in place, and they should grow somewhat organically or as, you know, these things are driven by economics. Land prices tend to drive intensity. And I think you'll see those things grow outwardly, organically. And I think, at a minimum, Dutch Brothers would appreciate the chance to work with staff further. Just as a general comment, I think approach these restrictions carefully. Make sure that they match the actual market. So thank you very much.
Next speaker is Mac Worthy, then Sue Knapp.
Mayor and to City Council, I had those, Jay gave me those, all those lots, parcel numbers and everything, but we never figured out who owned them. But later I figured out the city owns them. It'd have to be a rat somewhere within this administration. Use the thugism of getting a lot for $10 and selling it to the general public in a poor man's neighborhood for $10,000. And then you turn around and redline the type of businesses. What do you want to do to poor people? People, it's sad to see that you'll sit here, Mayor, your problem is in legislation. You cannot practice law in legislation, and that's what the problem that you have from Hanson. Now, it took a number of people from the neighborhood to get you elected. Now, what was the number of the people from the neighborhood attending these meetings? 0. We got 2 letters here. I've never seen those people before in this package. But those are the people that will put money in there and collect the profits, and poor people go hungry. All the money talked about tonight, but nobody estimated the jobs that it would bring in. What is the estimation of the jobs that it would bring in? You can't do that because you don't have the ability. When we see a person run in the back and the mayor and the city manager grinning when Carr had a piece of paper over there, that's thugism, Mayor. You don't want to do that. Do you know what the impression that is, Mayor? The people that know what's going on? That's ridiculous. He gave you the questions. If you had an ad hoc committee, that would go through the ad hoc committee before it come here, and you wanted to sit here and slip in the back and talk to somebody and come out here. You whispering over here, you whispering over there. That's not politics, people. That's ratism. Wake up.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sue Knapp, then Peter Dorkin.
Good evening. My name, excuse me, my name is Sue Knapp. I am the property manager for Stockton Plaza on Stockton Boulevard, and I'm reading a letter written by ownership. Honorable members of the City Council, I am writing to you on behalf of Stockton Plaza Partners, LLC, owners of Stockton Plaza Shopping Center at 5100 Stockton Boulevard since 2008, when Kmart was still in operation there. Kmart closed that store in late 2016, leaving the center 91% vacant in the blink of an eye. Our group pivoted quickly, worked closely with city staff, national retailers, and the Stockton Boulevard Partnership to formulate a redevelopment plan for the center. As a result, we recently completed Phase 1 of the property's multi-million-dollar redevelopment, opening the Smart and Final supermarket and the Planet Fitness Health Club. We recently began construction of Phase 2, which will consist of a 26,000 square foot Ross store and a new multi-tenant retail building on the Lawrence corner. However, an important and critical piece of the redevelopment of this property is now in grave jeopardy as a result of the proposed restriction on drive-through buildings on Stockton Boulevard, and we ask that the City Council consider the devastating impact this will have on the progress made to date along this boulevard. Throughout our redevelopment, we have been very aware of the city's goals for transit-oriented development and additional housing units in the area. Consequently, we made allowances for additional pedestrian connections within the center and added patio and pizza seating. Ample bike racks and, plaza seating, ample bike racks and bike lockers will also be located at the property. We support the city's goals. But very simply, while the thought process underpinning the proposal to eliminate drive-through retailers is admirable, the reality is such that a decision would do more harm than good and fails to recognize that the most desired and sought-after areas for housing, transit-oriented and otherwise, are successful because they offer the widest and most convenient mix of goods, services, and entertainment for the consumer. For Stockton Plaza Shopping Center, this ordinance
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
We respectfully implore that you reconsider this.
Thank you. The next speaker is Peter Dorkin, then Jim Cruz, then Derek Wilson.
If I can, Mayor, just to be clear, the amendment that Mr. Guerra made to the motion was to not include drive-throughs at this point.
That include what?
Drive-throughs.
Drive-throughs.
Drive-throughs. Yes, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Peter Dorkin. I'm here on behalf of Stockton Plaza Partners, the owner of the Stockton Plaza Shopping Center, formerly anchored by Kmart. We have owned that property since 2008, and because of the practices of such chains as Sears and Kmart, who have failed to invest in their stores, we stepped in and tried to push them to get their stores up to speed. And that was a failure because they closed in 2016. And since that time, we have went from 100% occupied center to a 9% occupied center. And we have been working diligently since 2016 with city staff, with all of the powers that be, and putting out our best efforts to national retailers. And we have now opened Smart and Final, Planet Fitness, and are in the process of building out Ross stores. And it is working. It is going to be generating all of the employees at this property will exceed 500 employees. We have already spent over $200,000 in fees to the city for all of our building permits, and we are looking it'll be approximately $250,000 a year in property taxes coming into the powers that be. We would like to suggest that the Dutch Brothers store that we have planned, which is only an 800-foot store that's going to be replacing a 3,600-foot building.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
If you have written testimony, sir, you can submit it for the record as well, okay?
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Jim Cruz, then Derek Wilson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council.
My name is Jim Cruz. I'm the CEO of DPI, the owner of Stockton Plaza. And I'm from Los Angeles. And first of all, I'd like to say that you have 5,000 and some odd homeless people. We have over 50,000. I think you're doing a much more thoughtful job about your homeless versus what we're doing in Los Angeles. And it's a real problem, and it's something that needs to be taken care of. So kudos to you. I'd also like to thank Councilman Guerrera for at least pumping the brakes a little bit on the drive-through element, because in today's competition for retailers, every single amenity that a retailer can use to survive and serve the community is important. So I appreciate you taking a second look at it. We're not here to ask the council for any money. We brought all our money with us back in 2008, and we've deployed it, we think, in a very judicious fashion. So if you'd take a look at least plucking out that drive-through element from this particular study that you're doing, we would appreciate that. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Derek Wilson, then Barbara Schinberg.
I spoke already, thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Schinberg. Then
Steinberg.
Steinberg, and then Martin
Come on,
Roseberg.
get the last name right here.
there.
Ms. Steinberg.
I didn't fill out that form.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, hold on just a second. Mayor and council, my name is Barbara Steinberg, and I live at 4916 Ortega Street. Many of you know me. This is not my first time at this podium, and I've lived in Districts 3, 4, 5, and now live in District 6, and have been actively involved wherever I reside. When I come to speak, it's not about personal needs, but the needs of my entire community. I moved to my Stockton Boulevard neighborhood 5 years ago. The time has flown by, and during that time, I've seen many positive changes up and down the boulevard. In those 5 years, I've become active not in more than one neighborhood association, but also regularly participate with the Stockton Boulevard Partnership and write their directory, which is I'm now in the process of writing it for the 3rd year. And if some of you have not seen this publication, I have copies, you can look at it. I'll leave them for you. I'm passionate about my work on Stockton Boulevard and am now an expert on 4 miles of that street. I support the Quick Quack project, which is what has brought us all here today, and thank them for having faith in our community, and ask that you not blanketly deny future projects for drive-throughs. And I thank you, Councilmember Guerra, for bringing that change forward, but such as Dutch Brothers and others. We want to see mixed-use residential to include low-income housing, affordable and market rate south of 21st Avenue. In my work along the boulevard, I continue to hear that existing and new businesses saw the potential. I see the potential, and I would ask that you either modify the ordinance as requested by the Stockton Boulevard Partnership or delay the vote until it can receive more community input. And in closing, I say, La Shana Tova, and wish you all a happy new year. Thank you. And I'll leave these.
Next speaker is Martin Rosenberg, then Lisa Cordell, then Frank Louie.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and council members. I'm Martin Rosenberg, a longtime homeowner along Stockton Boulevard and a member of the Stockton Boulevard Partnership. The boulevard, especially between 21st Avenue and 65th Street, shows an ugly patchwork of urban blight. We need viable near-term investment to bring jobs, further development, and new vitality to this corridor. We've had a few good recent enterprises, and we need many more. The proposed special planning district amendment initially proposed would severely limit prospects for such growth, and I urge you to adopt instead a more careful and considered approach. Councilmember Guerra has said that we have a housing crisis, not a dirty car crisis. That clever quip masks that we have a chronic economic illness that needs massive doses of business development to cure. Denying treatment in the name of ideal visions that disregard economic reality will prolong the ailment and make the patient worse. Yes, let's strive for ideals, but let us also consider and evaluate individually business proposals that can help our community get better. Let's foster economic development, not obstruct it. You can tonight adopt a better policy. or you could, given the too hasty process for this measure, which did not adequately inform and allow for all stakeholders' evaluations, set the measure aside tonight and provide for a more transparent and inclusive consideration. Please consider one of these alternatives, reject blanket prohibitions, and vote instead for a more selective, careful approach. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lisa Cordell, then Frank Louis.
Evening.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Steinberg and council members. My name is Lisa Cordell with the Stockton Boulevard Partnership. I would first like to start by saying thank you to both council members, Jay Schneer and Eric Garrett, for their hard work in our district. As a representative for more than 300 property owners and approximately 500 businesses located within the Stockton Boulevard Business Corridor, I am here to bring to you their concerns regarding the amendment of the Broadway-Stockton Special Planning District. First and foremost, a blanket ban will not encourage housing developments. Investment encourages housing and other investment. This only makes it increasingly more difficult to encourage national companies to pursue business here. Projects proposed should be approved based on their own merits versus not even being able to come to the table. We should not be in the business of discouraging various business types or turning away much-needed investment. Second, there is a need for job opportunities. We understand the city's position on bringing higher wage-paying jobs, but the reality is there is still a need for transitional jobs for those who are working to achieve the credentials to acquire those higher-paying jobs. These individuals are comprised of those who are transitioning out of homelessness, who will need reentry positions, high school and college students who are working to get through school. Now, this amendment will kill, well, previously or before the amendment, would have killed 2 projects currently planned for the boulevard, which would have in turn killed transitional entry-level positions. In closing, the Stockton Boulevard Partnership has provided a compromise to the amendment on the table. We urge you to slow down the process, have further discussion, and truly vet all of the unintended consequences this amendment will have. Thank you.
Next speaker is Frank Louis, then James Bowie.
Honorable Mayor Steinberg, council members, my name is Frank Louis, and I'm with the Stockton Boulevard Partnership. I'd like to first thank Councilman Schneer, Councilman Guerra, for arranging a tour of our entire district several weeks ago. The tour included housing, commercial developers, Mark Friedman, Mike Heller, Satiri, Cordano, Ken Fawn, Jackson Properties, along with City Economic Development, the Building Department, and SACOG. We were provided a bus courtesy of RT. We toured our entire district, which is north on 2nd Avenue to south to 65th, to survey over the 100 vacant lots. Upon our return to discuss the possible opportunities, one developer stated that when he looks at potential properties to purchase and develop, one of the first questions he's asked himself is, can my wife and children walk down the sidewalk or ride the bus safely? If the answer is no, it won't happen, even if the city throws in the kitchen sink. The reality is that none of the developers that joined us on the tour were willing to develop on the south end of the boulevard. With that, given the many vacant lots that will never be developed for housing, regardless of the amendment, we urge you to compromise with us on the suggestion to only amend the special planning district north of 21st. We understand and support housing on Stockton Boulevard. We believe we need a balance of viable businesses and services to have a healthy commercial corridor. Banning an entire industry is not inclusive economic development. The community has spoken with excitement of the potential projects like the Dutch Brothers, the Quick Quack. We feel it's as the representatives who do not live in the district are making decisions asserting that they know what's best for the corridor. I've worked on Stockton Boulevard for 30 years. I've seen the challenges, the positives, but I believe also in inclusive economic development.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Thank you. Our next speaker is James Bowie, then Veronica Beatty.
Good evening, council members. My name is James Bowie. I am representing my family who have been business owners and property owners on Stockton Boulevard for more than 30 years. My family chose Stockton Boulevard because it represented an area filled with opportunity. They felt like it was an area where they could really grow their business and really succeed in America. And that's not only the case for my family, it's been the case for many owners of businesses and properties on Stockton Boulevard. And growing up on the boulevard, not only has it provided a lot of opportunity, I've seen it also evolve into an area full of diversity. There are many cultures intermingled together, everybody interacts together very well. And so not only does Stockton Boulevard represent opportunity, but it's also evolved to encompass diversity. This ordinance would only limit the opportunities on Stockton Boulevard. So I believe that different kinds of businesses should also be brought into Stockton Boulevard so that they can be brought into the fold, just to kind of increase that melting pot and make it a much more attractive place for a lot of people who come and visit. So something such as Dutch Bros, people will come for the Dutch Bros, but then they'll also visit these other stores that are nearby and really revitalize the corridor. So please, please keep Stockton Boulevard as an area of diversity and opportunity. I believe this ordinance would limit many things that would help it grow even further. Thank you.
Quick question, what type of businesses does your family own on the corridor?
We own an Oriental herb business. We've been around for 30 years. A lot of Asian herbs, medicinal herbs. So we've been around for a really long time, and a lot of people, it's a very big community. A lot of people trust us. So that's really what's kept us going, and definitely a lot of other families that we interact with, they've been there for many years, and they really see it as a place for them to succeed. It's kind of the area where there's a lot of different people. There's all kinds of cultures there, so you're able to find really the place that you can be, what you're kind of comfortable with from wherever you came from.
Great, well, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Next speaker is Veronica Beatty, and then Sarah Zimmerman is our final speaker.
Good evening. I'm Veronica Beatty, Policy Director for the Sacramento Housing Alliance. The Sacramento Housing Alliance and Community Development Action Team support the proposed amendments to facilitate the development of additional affordable homes and a healthy, sustainable corridor that supports transit, bicycling, and walking. The Northgate neighbors spoke powerfully at the start of this meeting about what it's like to live on streets that you don't feel safe walking on. One of the first steps to ensuring that we don't create streets like that we're not facilitating that kind of development, is limiting auto-oriented uses. And at a time when Sacramento County needs 64,000 more affordable homes, I think this is a visionary step forward. To create complete, thriving communities, we need to ensure that all neighborhoods have a mix of residential and commercial development that serves the actual residents of the neighborhood. The proposed amendment will support these kinds of complete communities, and I want to thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Sarah Zimmerman is our final speaker.
I'm here again representing Housing for Sacramento, and we are in support of the amendment. We are rabid supporters of affordable housing. I spent today talking to Sac State students who are asking us what we're going to do about affordable housing in a neighborhood. In this neighborhood, it happens to be fairly close to Sac State, to the hospital. So we do support it. We support the affordable elements of it. We don't see the conflict between supporting diverse businesses and having affordable housing along transit corridors where people can take advantage of public housing. We also have been speaking with people that really care about the environmental issues and how we're developing, and we see this as really another important step toward the kind of mixed use that will help move infill and support environmentally sound transit and affordable housing. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. All right, that completes the public testimony. Let's turn it over to the members. Again, the Vice Mayor.
Very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank everyone who came out here today, from the Stockton Boulevard Partnership and board members and community residents, and all of the residents who also emailed me. That's because people care about a change. Now, we spent hours today, including this afternoon, talking about if we wanted to change Sacramento and if we wanted to actually make inclusive economic development, we have to take actionable steps as a city to make that a fruition. All afternoon, the consultant that we hired to look at where our strengths and weaknesses were said we have to make some tough choices. and that we are presented with very unique opportunities and short windows of opportunities to make these issues happen. And in none of that hours of presentation did the issue of car washes and mini storages ever come up as an economic driver for the region or for inclusive economic development. I think, sometimes folks may say that vision is not reality, but if it wasn't for vision, we wouldn't have transformed a corridor like our street that was an industrial area that said nobody would ever invest in. Without that vision, would have been a reality. Without taking some tough choices and focusing on investments and figuring out what are the major things that are going to make things happen or turn the needle, we wouldn't have seen the change in Midtown and downtown and even the Delta Shores that we talked about today in North Natomas, that when I went to Sac State in the early 90s, no one ever wanted to visit those areas. No one ever wanted to be in those areas. And for a long time, we've gotten the uses on Stockton Boulevard that nobody else wanted. Liquor stores, tow yards, vehicle towing stations, smoke shops. And because of that, this city took actionable steps to create a special planning district so that we could focus on things that were going to improve the corridor, that we're going to make sure that we drive investment to things that are going to change the corridor. I want to make sure that we talk about what this action does and what it doesn't do. And Alejandro, if you could put up this map here. All you have to do is go to Google or Google Maps and type in storage center or car service, and these are the maps, the images you get. A corridor proliferated with some of these businesses that have provided great investments, great jobs, and are still there. This ordinance does not affect those businesses. We actually thank them for being part of that corridor and being active in that corridor, and we work with them. The question is, what do we do here for the future? What is it that we want to do with the limited space and limited resources that we have? Mark Twain said that land, you're not going to make any more of it. And that's the case here. Some of our vacant lots, some of our lots that are the easiest to develop are the ones that are being sought after for these businesses that are profitable. I'm not going to say they don't provide investment, because they do, but they are a very low use investment. And if we are going to turn the needle on affecting retail and creating a community on Stockton Boulevard to take advantage of the one corridor that has the highest use of the bus route system, the one intersection on Stockton and Fruit Ridge where you can get anywhere in the city within 30 minutes by using public transit, not by design, but by happenstance, but it's there, and we don't take actions to make it in fruition, then I think we're missing an opportunity. Aggie Square could be the greatest thing for Sacramento and the surrounding communities. It could be the worst thing for Sacramento. If we don't look at addressing the housing issue, we could end up with gentrification in the community. If we don't use those spaces also for spaces for the businesses that may spring out of Aggie Square, all of the new innovations and creating the office spaces and making sure that that's available, then we may lose those opportunities to other regions or other cities in our area. So the question we have here today really is, what does this action do? Now, the amendment that I proposed addressed an issue with a business that had already gone through all of its processes, but the city asked them to go back and finish a couple issues. So this item, while I applaud the Planning Commission not only agreed with this ordinance, but they went even a step further and said, we not only have to look at these auto uses and mini storages, but we have to go and address all drive-through uses. The Planning Commission is our citizen body that is looking at what is the future of our city. And they've said we have to look at this differently. If we're going to actually move the needle, we have to look at this differently. I wanted to remind us that this council took an action to approve a mini storage facility that was contentious over on Leisure Lane, And one of the reasons that we approved it was because it was next to a car wash. And from the testimony, it said that the mini storage facility represents the highest and best use next to a car wash. So it's almost this downward spiral. We put a car wash in, then we put a mini storage in, which means then all we can do is put another car wash in. The question becomes really, what do we use that land for? There was an email that I got that really got to me when I read, when this item came up, who expressed their strong support for the proposed ordinance. And they applauded and encouraged the efforts to support and promote walkable and various modes of travel, and was disheartened to see the support for poor land uses of car washes. This past month, I witnessed 2 separate collisions directly in front of my home. One of the accidents resulted in a flipped vehicle, very concerning, and we hope that you'll change this corridor. This person lives on Stockton Boulevard. It's not the first person who lives on Stockton Boulevard who's talked about why we need to change it. In fact, our Vision Zero plan, of the 5 most dangerous places on the roads in Sacramento, 2 are on Stockton Boulevard. 1 on Stockton and Broadway, and 1 on Stockton and McMahon. They're defined in our own master plan to make some changes. But you're not going to change those outcomes if we don't also change the land uses around them. So this item, came about because of a contentious issue to put in a car wash behind an elementary school. An area where actually there's been multiple affordable housing organizations who've said it's a good place for housing, and it is south of 21st Avenue. We received letters not only from Mercy Housing, who wants to build south of 21st Avenue, contrary to the request to only limit things. We received a support letter from Mutual Housing, who definitely wants to build south of Fruit Ridge. And we also received a letter of support from the Northern California Business Association, who also wants to build housing in the area. The issue is we're in a housing crisis. And that is and if we didn't spend all of our evening on the consent calendar talking about homelessness, one of the major issues that we've identified in our point in time count about what's leading to homelessness is this supply of housing. We need everything. We need not only market rate, we need workforce housing, we need affordable housing. So the issue really becomes, are we going to make some actionable decisions to turn the needle and put the city investment also in those areas, put the staff investment in those areas, and the private investment in those areas? Or are we going to continue the status quo? Because the status quo has left us where we are today. I do want to thank the folks from Dutch Brothers who came in here. This amendment, I think, is going to come back to the policy committee so that we can have a better discussion about that. And I want to thank the Planning Commission for putting that forward. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I've said my motion beforehand, and I would welcome your support in an area that's very dear to my heart, my own community, that's Stockton Boulevard.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, unfortunately, I have a fair amount to say, too, so I hope you'll bear with me. My colleague raises very salient points about vision in corridors and how to shape the future. And sometimes you do have to deny some land uses if you want to change the complexion of a corridor. To me, Stockton is very analogous to Northgate. They have real similar attributes and difficulties, actually. They tend to be kind of bare, not a tremendous amount of housing, a lot of automotive uses, a lot of similarities. I also am no stranger to controversies about quick quacks and mini storages. The project that the council member alluded to is in District 3, and we did have quite a controversy about not really about the quick quack, but then what to do with the property adjacent. And a lot of people did not really take a shine to the mini storage. But in that particular situation, there was a large piece of land adjacent. And when we looked at the entirety of the project, it was a buffer between a car wash and housing. And so it served a purpose. It also supports the housing. Mini storage businesses are not a bad thing. neither are car washes, but you do have to be mindful of where you put them. When I look at the map along Stockton Corridor and I see 17 mini storage businesses and 16 automotive use businesses, it's a pretty high concentration. In all of D3, I think I have 5 mini storage businesses. And I haven't counted the automotive businesses, but they do tend to concentrate along corridors where you have a lot of automotive travel. And in a way, that does preclude the use of housing. You know, this is actually a tough one because I think that our P-bids are people who have a lot of experience in their corridors and have been looking to economic advantage in those areas for a long time. And it would, you know, it's pretty tough to go against the will of a P-bid. I certainly rub up against one in the River District with some regularity, and they roar loudly because they live in that district and they try to maintain their businesses in that district. This is very analogous to our TOD ordinance. And our we passed a TOD ordinance that we found out very quickly, one size does not fit all. Now, that was citywide. And we had to go back and revisit that ordinance to a significant degree twice. Ordinances can be revisited. If we restrict uses along the Stockton corridor, it may or may not fit with the economics of that corridor for quite some period of time. This is really a temporal issue. You can have this vision, and the vision might not be realized for 30 years. That's a gamble you take when you pass a restrictive ordinance like this. Nobody can completely prognosticate what will happen. Aggie Square, if it comes to fruition, will be a game changer. Will it happen? I'm not certain.
Yes.
But he's certain. So that's a good thing. But, you know, you also, as Councilmember Guerra said, you can't really predict the fallout from that. Aggie Square could be a tremendous revitalization, and this ordinance could support it, but it also might be restrictive as well. On balance, you know, I'd have to say that this ordinance can be revisited. So, Evan, can you address that? If, say, in 2 years, Aggie Square comes to fruition and we find that there are some economic possibilities that are being lost, perhaps farther south on the corridor, we can revisit this ordinance and have another shot at it, correct?
That's correct.
So, you know, that being said, I think that we took a chance on our TOD ordinance because we wanted to change the vision of how we do mobility in the city, and we wanted to encourage our transit corridors. Obviously, there's no light rail along this corridor, but it is a viable bus corridor, and buses are transit just as trains are. And you can look at it through that lens and think of this as a transit-oriented development type ordinance. I'm kind of still weighing the factors here. I want to hear the comments from my other colleagues. But I do want to assure the people in the Stockton partnership that if this passes, it's not the end game. That if it doesn't suit the economics of the corridor, this council will look at that and will revisit if we need to. That's all I have to say for now.
Thank you, Jeff. Councilman Harris, Councilman Schneer.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank the staff for working on this and also everyone who came out. And Frank, I appreciate you noting what we did a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, for the bus tour. You did mention also, I think, we had a number of affordable housing developers who joined us that day as well, which I think is incredibly important for what we're trying to do. So I also want to thank my colleague next to me here for taking the lead on this and putting in an awful lot of time. As you all know, we share Stockton Boulevard, and I think that's been a really good partnership with a mutual vision about what it can be over time. That wasn't always the case between District 5 and 6, and so this is a very nice looking forward that we can do something. I also want to note that we have at least 4 initiatives going on Stockton Boulevard as we speak. We have a Complete Streets initiative. We have Vision Zero, as Member Guerra talked about. We have Civic Lab out of SACOG, and we have Air Quality District is doing something as well. So there's a tipping point that I hope we're reaching on all of those pieces together, looking at what the boulevard can be. The big thing there is obviously Aggie Square, which I think does, Jeff, differentiate it from Northgate. Aggie Square is a total game changer. And it's not going to happen within 2 years. I mean, the RFP is out right now. They've signed with IBM for one building for 150 employees. More will be coming fairly soon, but I think it will take 1 to 2 decades to build out. Our street was 20 years, and I think, Mayor, you were originally one of the people who said,
Yeah,
longer than 20.
that's what I want to talk about.
But really, to get going, it took a long time, and there had to be vision and patience and persistence there, and I think that's what we need. I think the opportunity that we have with Aggie Square coming, as Mr. Guerra said, it can be incredibly detrimental to the neighborhoods around it, or it can be the best thing that's ever happened to them. I think both of us are committed to working with those neighborhoods to make it something great. We know that there could be up to 10,000 folks that are working at Aggie Square. Where are they going to live? UC Davis is building 200 units on campus, on the satellite campus. Again, that's something that we need to really understand and work hard with our affordable housing developers, work hard with city funds that match state funds to really bring in affordable housing. We've got a number of developments that are already starting on 9th and 10th and Stockton there. 3 pieces of land, all that will have either affordable or low-cost housing on them. So what we're looking at, just as an FYI, is how do we chunk this out? The Med Center down to probably 10th or 11th, then down to 21st, and then going south from there, and really doing the development as we go further south. We need to have a little bit of patience. I know that we're giving up a very short-term gain here in a couple of businesses that would like to come in. We're looking at probably 20 to 25 employees between the two at probably minimum wage or minimum wage plus $1 as starting out with some benefits. So we need to figure out how we can bring more business in, but it's got to be business, I think, that's compatible with housing. That corridor through Complete Streets, through the Civic Lab, what we're doing, through the other thing is with regional transit, we're looking at new bus lines over there as well. So I think that opportunity is great, and you have 2 council people who are in 100% agreement about their districts and where we should be going with those. So I would hope that we can count on support from the entire council as we move forward. We'll continue to work with the neighborhoods. We're going to follow up from the bus tour. We did have interest from a lot of the developers. I think you forgot Randy Sater also. So we had, I don't know that we've ever kind of put that group of folks together in any other neighborhood to look at what we can do. We also think that Stockton Boulevard could be the template for how we do urban corridors here in the city. So so I'm happy to second the motion and ask for an aye vote across the board.
Very good. Thank you. Councilman Warren.
Mayor, I want to say to Councilman Gear, you know, I think the amendment that you offered was a step in the right direction, I think, because this is for any business, any property owner, you know, restrictive covenants affect property values. So irrespective of what we all want, there are people in the community that have made investments that have, you know, in one case, young man's family had property for 30-some odd years, and I'm sure there's others out there that have made investments and such. And so we have to be sensitive, I think, to that and not being so controlling or idealistic that we kind of step outside of, I think, our governing capacity and try to become business and developers as well, and telling people what they should and shouldn't do with their property. That being said, I think there are occasions when we should, you know, have safeguards in. I've heard somebody mention Quick Quack a couple of times. Let me just say, District 2 would be happy to have a Quick Quack. We don't have one car wash in District 2, so we would in fact like several of them. I think we're going into a very interesting time in that there is opportunity in the Sacramento region, and a lot of it is increasingly showing up in these urban areas and areas that have been neglected for long periods of time. In addition to the values of those properties being more affordable, those of you that are familiar with opportunity zones will know that although the money hasn't really started flowing into the Sacramento region, there are more and more people starting to look, and I am counseled that the monies, they have certain time frames in which these people have to invest, and more people are starting to look at our region and our areas, and these particular corridors are becoming more attractive. And so I think that, in this particular case, I know there were several applicants, several businesses that were being proposed. I am, as a business owner myself, I don't like to confine market. I don't like to find markets. I don't like to confine what property owners can do with their property. However, we, as a council, and I've tried to support my colleagues in their positions. And so I am, with the amendment that Councilman Garrett has made, I'd like to give it a shot with the understanding, as Councilman Harris said, it could come back if there are some changes. I know that the whole UC Davis investment and all of that can be a game changer. And it could be a very positive thing for the entire region. And if this somehow helps, that is what I'm hearing you say, as well as that this ordinance will somehow help facilitate that project. And I think it's worth, the benefit of the doubt, even though it runs contrary to my normal instincts about business. I assume, that you all have done the necessary work. And so, but I'm reluctant in my support for this. And I was going to stay on the fence with my colleague, Mr. Harris, and kind of see what else transpires. But I think in this case, the compromise, if you will, of the taking the drive-through out of your this ordinance, I think it allows some flexibility, and let's see what develops. I'd like for you to be successful, and if this truly turns out to be something that the city can show as a model that works in other places, then, I think that's fantastic for everybody, and we do need a lot of housing as well. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilmember Ashby.
Yeah, I'm probably in a sort of similar place, maybe not quite as reluctant, because I think, you guys have worked hard on it, and I tend to be a council member that defers to the council district, especially if I can tell you've really tried hard, and I can tell you both have. And I do look at Frank Louie, though, over there and think, this is probably the third time I've seen him in here ask us to be less restrictive about properties along that same corridor. And I know it has cost him personally business in the past. So I appreciate the amendment that you made. I probably wouldn't have supported it without that. And I also think sometimes, and I may be just as guilty of this, but I think sometimes we can over-focus or oversimplify a restriction to say things like no drive-throughs, but then really quickly someone could suggest 1 or 2 or 3 different drive-throughs that sound really good and that your neighbors will want, like drive-through Starbucks or drive-through Dutch Brothers or whatever. I mean, both of those are highly coveted in my district. So
sometimes I think we say no drive-through because we think we don't want, a series of drive-throughs, low investment, when what we really mean is we want high investment on Stockton Boulevard. And sometimes there's other ways to achieve that, right? Like working with those businesses to say, we really need you to invest. For example, car washes are not all equal. We've all seen car washes that are not invested in our city, that are not well taken care of, blight, a problem. And then there are very nice car washes. The Quick Quack over by Costco and REI and Jeff's is actually really, really nice.
In fact, all the quick quacks that I've seen.
Yeah, I think those are all pretty darn nice, And so to me, I think we have to allow some room for businesses to kind of woo us, to be able to say, hey, look, I know you guys don't like this particular model, but we are going to put in a lot of landscaping, and we're going to pay more than minimum wage, and we're going to work with the youth, and we're going to, whatever it is that they're going to do. So it's true we need houses. It's also true that we need jobs, and we're just going to have to find that balance. I know you know that. But I would never step on your toes to give it a try and see how it goes. I agree with the mayor. I think Aggie Square is going to happen over there. I do. It may not be as big as everybody wants at first, but I think it'll start as a really good incubator space. And I think what you're trying to do is give it room to meet its potential. And if it doesn't, we can come back and revisit this and do something different. And if it does, we can come back and visit this and do something different if it makes sense. So I guess my support is with you, but I'm somewhat skeptical. I think we're maybe being a little too restrictive. And then my comment to sort of the group that's here is, just because we've adopted this, if you get interest from an entity that you think would be precluded based on our current ordinance, if you think it's worth it, go see those two council members, because they could always come back and ask us to modify this if you bring them something that they think they hadn't thought of before, but they'd like to have now, or maybe times change. But anyway, I just don't want you to think it's the end. And there's several people in this room who are recruiting businesses for Stockton Boulevard, and I wouldn't want you to stop recruiting based on this. I would want you to continue to work with those council members, because the people in that area need jobs too, and housing and employment. So I'll support it, and hopefully it works. And if it doesn't, hopefully we find out quick and come back and make some modifications.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hanson.
Thank you, Mayor. I have seen the wonderful outcomes of a process like this, where you make good planning decisions. I didn't make those decisions. This particular council didn't, but our predecessors did. Maybe the mayor did in the 90s when he was here first time. But the R Street corridor, as you heard said, it was supposed to be huge state office buildings, and it was a vote that cleaved the council in half. But if we had taken that land and done something that would have satisfied a short-term need, we would have lost out on the opportunity for the renaissance we're having now. Now, that doesn't mean that every opportunity for development now should be shortcut. But when you have, as Councilmember Vice Mayor Guerra said, when you have a land use that goes in, it can take a generation or more for that to change over. And so I think what he's trying to do, along with Councilmember Chenier, is really to put a marker down on the vision that the city should have for this corridor and for the future of it. So it's a fully functional neighborhood, a community that is livable, walkable, and has all the amenities. And for a long time, we just disinvested from corridors. And the legacy of that, the empty lots that he's talked about, the other problems, the secondary effects that come from it, whether it's illegal dumping or challenges with blighted properties, they all send a signal that nobody wants to be there, that it's okay for the community to get secondary, tertiary, or low-quality land uses because nobody cares. And I think we start as a city to show that, not just through the planning documents, but by things like the tour. But even before that, the P-bid is really the first signal that spring is coming in these communities that have been left behind. And I would be regretful if I didn't mention, I think this is also trying to undo a history where the city for racial reasons, gerrymandered the Fruit Ridge Finger out. We didn't accept that as part of the city in the 50s or whenever it happened. And the legacy of, washing our hands of whether it's the Fruit Ridge Finger or some of the real necessary, important investments in the Stockton corridor, I believe we're trying to rectify now through not only this effort, but the Caltrans planning grant, the work that RT is doing, so many other things like Aggie Square. I think it would be foolish to believe in a city like Sacramento that everybody, or in any city that everybody would agree. And I think this is very healthy. And yes, we'll have to revisit it. But when I asked this council to support a Central City specific plan that made some very tough decisions, and people came here and they lobbied us and wanted carve-outs for car rental or self-storage, we had to deal with that. Right now, we are dismantling, because Caltrans canceled the lease due to all the blight surrounding it, a self-storage facility under the WX freeway. They are now tearing it out for a higher, better use. And it's not to say that self-storage in and of itself is bad, but many of the projects are done in a way that is not meant to leave a legacy of a positive impact on the community. It's a transitory use, and I don't know, there's a fly also telling me to be quiet. But I think that this is a good decision. The prudence of this decision will only be reflected in the future if we follow through on the other work necessary to bring the investment, to bring the transportation improvements. And I think we can't be judged necessarily by the things that might bother us, like these flies. But I do believe that this is the right thing to do, and I'm happy to support it, and we'll continue, hopefully, to bring the feedback from the businesses in the neighborhoods to make sure that we end up with a 16th Street or with an R Street. We're trying to do this very same thing on Broadway. It was some of the early planning that led to the Alhambra specific plan that's now bringing some new investment over there. Time will tell, but thank you, council members, for your work.
Councilman Carr.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This seems rather rushed. Is there a reason for the urgency?
The issue is that if we don't send a signal about what land uses are appropriate, then we don't want to give a false impression to property owners, investors, that they're going to be welcomed in this environment. In fact, the Planning Commission itself sent a strong signal by trying to make the ordinance even stronger. So this is actually a prudent effort to say, look, these are the types of investments we really want to move forward.
But the reason for the urgency, why does it have to happen now?
Well, if we don't, I guess if we don't do it now, then when? And I think for me, my urgency is the fact that every day I wake up and drive down Stockton Boulevard to get downtown. I see it. I see it. I see the vacant lots, but I see potential.
Did you have a chance to coordinate with the Stockton Boulevard Partnership?
We had a lawn ledge committee this what was it, 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago. A good turnout from community residents who came in and spoke up in support of it. Frank Louie and I have talked about this. We are, I think the board itself is in a different position, and I understand their concern. They want to see anything that'll take up a vacant lot today, and I can appreciate that, because when you live in that community and you see vacant lots all the time, you want some change immediately. But I think we're in a unique window where this is a time to say, what is the best use of that land that has a 40-year implication?
So we get another bite of this.
Add really quickly.
Say again?
If I can add really quickly to answer your question, both the council member and myself and both our staffs are in constant contact with the PBID. We did this tour. We send people to their meetings. We're on the boulevard. We've talked about revitalizing Stockton at every planning commit, every PBID meeting that we go to. So this is not a new issue at all.
Yeah, it's just we had to waive a lot of processes in order to get here. I was wondering why we were doing that. But we get another
We want
bite.
to bring developers in, we want to build affordable housing. We have, as a result of Mr. Hansen's actions, we're going to have $100 million. We want to go get state money. We want developers there today, and we want to show them that there's some urgency on our part to get this done.
Well, we get to look at this in a couple of years and see. In the interim, you can continue to coordinate and work with the PBID and do the community outreach. I'm reticent to ever force something on another council district or deny them something that they think is necessary for their district because they know it best. So I will support your motion.
Councilman Jennings.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a couple questions I wanted to be clear on. So with your amendment, does that take out accessory drive-throughs?
Correct.
And does it take out the drive-through restaurant use?
That's correct.
Correct. Okay, so the only thing we're talking about at this time is auto service and storage units, correct? And then with auto service, and Steve, you sent your fly down here. Okay. With auto service, that's a very broad category. And I just wanted to be clear that in the case of a Costco that might have a tire shop, but that's not their main area of business, would it preclude them?
I'm sorry, I want to go back to what we're trying to do here and what we're trying to do in the corridor. Costco is not a use that, and I love Costco, I've been going there all my life. You're not going to put housing next to a Costco. What we want is housing and mixed use and ground floor retail. We want to make this a walkable, bikeable boulevard with our Complete Streets grant and letting us know what we want to do. So this is a place, again, you're going to have thousands of new individuals working at UC Davis. We want to provide housing. We want to provide affordable housing so we don't have gentrification in the neighborhood. This is right across the street from Oak Park. So we've got all of those challenges going on. We have an opportunity to do something really special because of Aggie Square, and we want to take advantage of it, not fight it.
No, I appreciate the vision that the two of you have and the fact that you have it together. I'm
getting married, it's
just trying to be clear because you have auto repair, you have auto retail, you have auto sales, you have shops that have an auto component to it. And I just want to be clear of what it is that would be something that you'd look at and consider and what is completely out. And that's why I'm trying to be clear.
Well, I mean, I think to Councilmember Ashby's point here, I mean, if there was something that was significant in that, we'd always take a look at it. I mean, the issue of Kmart and the Quick and Quack adjacent to it is a good example of hey, this became a use that was quickly evolving and we could work with it. And I think every council member wants to, not have a black and white situation. But this is part of our effort to be able to really drive direct investment in a particular area, which is we'd love to have more retail, more housing and retail mixes, more environments where people want to hang out and be out and visible. We want to get more eyes on the street because when you get eyes on the street, that changes the corridor.
Well, I appreciate the amendment that you've put in. I appreciate the letters of support that have come in as well. I just want to be clear as far as moving forward, what would be an appropriate land use that you would accept. I'm still not quite certain about the process that one would go to find out whether or not that it's approved, they could be approved or not, and maybe you could speak to that.
I think maybe I'll ask Evan here, if there were questions about what would be an appropriate land use, they could come to your staff and get details on.
Yes, that's correct. We would answer those questions.
Okay, and that's something that would be in writing, so someone wouldn't just have to come to you to get it. They'd be able to read it and see what's appropriate use and what's not, correct?
We have ordinances with all the land uses that are allowed, and we can provide that to them in writing if they'd like to email us as well.
Okay, so I'm inclined to support two council members who have a vision for change, and I think you're moving in the right direction. Sometimes any business is a good business for those who are suffering from lack of business. I think if you want a vision for a change, like the R Street corridor, That's something that has to happen over a period of time, and it takes a bold person to step up and say, this is what I want, this is how we're going to get to it, and we're committed to making it happen, and we saw it happen. We've seen it happen in many places throughout the city of Sacramento. So I'm in support of where you are at this point.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, again, I want us to be the example for us moving and changing every corridor. Yes, and I want to make sure that people know that I support the Quick and Quacks as well. I mean, we helped one on Folsom Boulevard, and when I was chair of the Planning Commission, and the right appropriators, we helped them move forward.
The answer is yes, Eric.
Yes, yeah. So, yes, okay, but all I wanted to say also is that, this is a great move, and I need to move to close the public hearing.
Okay. I wait till the end because I want to give you all the benefit of saying it all. I wanted to congratulate you. I think this is not, both you and Jay, this is not, for me, a close call. I think bold leadership of this kind is absolutely required if we're going to transform our city. I know Phil Cerna is watching, sent me a note. The county has some of this, has Stockton Boulevard as well, and he's in support of this because it speaks to a vision. Look, at the answer to gentrification, which we're all worried about as we grow a diverse jobs base in Sacramento, is affordable housing. And there is a common theme that runs through all of our debates today, whether it's this debate or the homeless debate. With both affordable housing and homelessness, if you don't commit to a long-term plan, you will never make real progress because it is far too easy to walk away. The issues are tough, right? There's near-term objectives, there's objections, but if you don't stick to a plan, you will never make progress. And Steve Hansen mentioned our street, which I appreciate because that's his district. But I tell you, I was there. That was 1993, and it was actually my first big debate in the city council. And you are right. Our street and the downtown and the midtown would not be what it is today without this kind of vision that was shown by a prior mayor and a prior city council back in the 90s. And let me tell you, the pressure was relentless because the promise was we're going to bring state office buildings downtown to the R Street corridor, and that we were being foolish if we thought housing could ever be built in the downtown or the midtown. And look where we are today. That is a lesson. And this Aggie Square, you're darn right it's going to happen. We've got our leading universities stepping up big time here. The open question is, how are we going to partner in a way that is going to make this an even greater success? And our part is affordable housing and workforce development. Those are our two big pieces here that we have to lead on, and this is leading. Call the question. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstain. That passes 9-0. We have one more item that will only take us a moment.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to waive the presentation, move the item. This is a pretty straightforward piece. Item 41, that we need to, while we figure this out, get a moratorium on it. It matches what the county is doing as well.
Second.
Will you open and close the hearing?
Open and close the hearing, public hearing.
Okay. Any public testimony? If not, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstain. That passes. What's that? Councilmember Hansen is abstaining, but that requires 8 votes. We have 8 votes. Okay. So that passes. Before we hand it over to public testimony, I want to make sure that before we adjourn tonight, that we adjourn in the memory of Dr. William Lee. Sacramento has lost a giant today. Dr. Lee, the publisher of the Sacramento Observer, passed away this week at the age of 83. He had been ill for some time. I remember Dr. Lee when I first came to Sacramento and joined as a member of the city council. And he was, throughout his entire life, not only a great champion of Sacramento, but a great champion of inclusion, of equal opportunity and a fierce advocate for not only the African American community, but all of the diverse communities in California. There are going to be many remembrances of his life. Beginning on Monday, September 30th, there is a viewing and a community gathering from 1 to 7 p.m. and a program from 5 to 7 at the Center of Praise Ministries at 2223 Capitol Avenue. And then the next day, the Celebration of Life ceremony, Tuesday, October the 1st, at 11 a.m., a 10 a.m. viewing at the St. Paul Missionary Baptist Church on 14th Avenue. And so I hope as many Sacramentans will come forward and remember a great man who showed how to live a life of commitment and community. Thank you. Jay?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I want to second all of that. I met the publisher and owner of the Observer when I first ran for the school board. And we had many, many conversations over the years. And he was a true gem of the city and will be remembered for so much good work that he did. I have a few announcements I want to do pretty quickly. First of all, we are doing something, and Jennifer Donlin Wyatt, I know, is long gone tonight, but we are doing a demonstration project on a very tough intersection at 2nd Avenue, 34th Street, and Broadway. We are data-driven now in our traffic division on what we're doing. That is a place where there have been many, many accidents. And starting tomorrow evening, there will be certain turns that you cannot make, and there'll be 4 days there. We'll see how that works, and if it works, I think it will become permanent. So for those who are motorists, Broadway will still be open, 34th Street will still be open, but please be careful when you're in that area. I want to do an AB 1234 report. I'm happy to do it for Mr. Hansen and the mayor as well. We all were in Indianapolis on the study mission. Looked a lot at their transportation issues and how Indianapolis was doing on those. I want to thank the Chamber of Commerce. I think it was a very good study mission. About 100 people from Sacramento were there. A lot of talk about race and what they're doing there. Diversity issues are a little bit different than here. It's primarily black and white, but they're really getting after it in their school system and in their city as well. I also want to note that on October 1st, we're launching the Free Rides for Youth initiative, and so I want to thank all of you for helping, for voting to fund that. We've been able, with other funding from school districts and other cities, to expand it to the entire county. So all K-12 students, starting Monday, when they get their stickers, will be able to take RT anywhere, anytime, get to whatever commitments they have. And then finally, I have a request for the city manager. We have a number of commissions, including planning, parks, police, arts, and active transportation. I'd like to get a report back from the city manager on what it would take to put a youth slot, same as we've done on Measure U, in each of those commissions. We do planning in all of those for activities that affect young people, and I think it would be appropriate to give them a voice in what that future is as well. So if we could get that report back and maybe we'll put it on the Law and Ledge log as well to follow up on. So thank you.
Councilman Hansen?
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate you doing an adjourn for Dr. Lee. I just want to add a few words to that. I came to know Dr. Lee and his family because I lived just a couple blocks from the Observer when I lived in Oak Park. And then when I ran for office, obviously I came in and I met with them. But where I really came to know them was in the community because they lived in Southland Park. And I remember knocking on doors and knocking on Dr. Lee's door, and he came to the door. His wife at that point had been, I think, in and out of illness, but we had a lovely conversation. But what I came to realize is that in Southland Park, they were a remarkable family because of what they represented. There weren't a lot of families that moved into the area that were African American and that stayed there for almost a generation, but they were there. And there was another family nearby, a prominent doctor who was also African American. They really represented in many ways, I think, the best of our community in making Sacramento stronger as a city, but also in showing that the diversity of a neighborhood is only as good as the people that you call neighbor. And they, Dr. Lee, his wife, and his son Larry, who carries on the legacy with the company, really have shown Sacramento great honor, and he will be missed. He was a giant, and every time we had a chance to work with him or Larry, we always came way better. That was the thing. And I thought of Maya Angelou's great poem, When Great Trees Fall. And at the end of that poem is something, and I'll just share it because you all know I love this stuff. But it says, they existed, we can be and be better for they existed. And that is absolutely true of Dr. William Lee.
Thank you. Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you, Councilmember Hanson, for sharing that segment of that poem, When Great Trees Fall, because Dr. Lee was truly a great tree. If you didn't know him, he came to Sacramento at age 8. So therefore, he spent over 85% of his life here in Sacramento, came from Austin, Texas. I'm going to let Councilmember Warren tell you about the fact that he's a Del Paso Heights young man and a Grant High graduate and all of his success that he had there. But he did make history for over 50 years as publisher of The Observer. And The Observer was the best African-American newspaper in America 6 times. Best African-American newspaper 6 times. Before his death, they named a school after him, the William Lee College Prep Charter School, that's named after him. And it is my hope from this council that we will have a resolution prepared for his services.
Yes.
And it is hopeful in the future that we will look at an opportunity to name the naming rights of a park, a building, a library, something in his honor, because I think he is truly deserving of that. So with that, I hope to see all of you at one of his services. Look forward to it.
We'll definitely be there. Thank you, Councilmember Warren.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As Councilman Jennings stated, you know, those of us that grew up in Del Paso Heights, we hold that very sacred. You know, it's a sense of pride, and those of us that graduated from Grant High School also consider that an honor, even though, you know, it was some of the more tough economic and social challenges that really, we didn't really understand that until we left the environment and understood what we didn't have, because when we were growing up in it, we felt like we had everything. But I would tell you that some of the things that I learned, I saw exhibited in Dr. Lee, and it was things like common sense, you know, good common sense, instincts, the ability to maneuver and adapt through multiple types of challenges. And those are the kinds of things that I think if you're able to make it through and then you get a chance to go to college, you can put all that together. And I think it gives you a certain look at life that helps you, and it explains why Dr. Lee had been in business so long in a very challenging industry. And he was, in fact, this month, September, I celebrate 30 years in business. And, you know, as a relatively young man myself, I feel like what I learned from people like Dr. Lee, who was in business over 50 years, was when you recognize uniqueness and abilities in people, it is part of our responsibility to nurture that, to support, nurture, and to do what we can to help others succeed. And that was for me, a person who lost his father at the age of 14, and growing up with seven sisters, when men, men who were strong and family-oriented and decent in every, every way, Dr. Lee was a decent man. I never saw anything inappropriate. I never heard him say one inappropriate word. And at the age of 24, when I started my business, he was one of my first champions. He supported, he talked about me, he told the story about me in his newspaper, he encouraged me. And, when you're just starting out, that is probably some of the most vulnerable moments in your professional or your young adult life. And to not only embrace me, but then to call others who I didn't know, who were also Grant alum. There was a gentleman named Clyde Rainwater that some of you may remember from years ago. There was people like even Grantland Johnson, who I came to know later, and others who had come from our community and who had demonstrated an ability to navigate through life and to make a name for themselves and be successful. I hold Dr. Lee at the top of that list. And he just lived a fantastic life. He if you know anything about his story, he was friends with Ronald Reagan. He was friends with Muhammad Ali. He had interviewed and met and talked with, countless people, Dr. Martin Luther King. And so I am, in some ways saddened because we will miss him, but I'm happy about the man that he was, the life that he lived, and the legacy that he's left. And that's something we can all hold on to. I think Marcus Breton wrote a very nice tribute to him. And I want to give a shout out to Marcos. And I just want to say to the Lee family, hey, 2 thumbs up. Pops lived a great life. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very eloquent. Thank you, Alan. Councilmember Ashby.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to hit a couple of announcements, and then I have a couple of comments about Dr. Lee as well. First of all, and this may not mean anything to anybody here, but it means a lot to me. This Saturday is sort of the end of our summer of events in Natomas. We close out our farmers market and our yoga in the park and all that stuff this Saturday. I don't even know if we'll get through this Saturday because it depends on weather. But the reason it's so important to me is because in my district, and some of you have been to visit, Rick, Larry, Alan, and Daryl, and Jeff have all come to events in my district, and they're really big. There's thousands of people come to them, and the farmers market is really big, and the movie nights are really big. And I learned quickly in this office that the city resources wouldn't be enough to cover those needs. And so we actually run that certified farmers market out of my office. My team does that, and they do all those movie nights, and they do that yoga. That means when this instructor gets sick, they find other instructors. They chase down farmers, they figure all that stuff out. They keep their certifications up. And they do all that for the community so that the people in District 1 and really Districts 3 and 4 out there also have a place to go for a certified farmers market or a free yoga in the park. Really trying to replicate some of the things that already exist in the older parts of the city, like McKinley and Midtown and stuff like that. But I wanted to thank Deanna Reed because she essentially gives up her entire summer. And this year she got married in May and a week later kicked off this summer of events and really put her whole life on hold to serve the 1/8 of this city that I represent. And my staff gives up a ton of summer so that the people of Natomas can have a really fun summer. We call it summer of fun for them and summer of servitude for us. But this Saturday marks the end of that, and I just want to thank my team. Every last one of them, they put in just a tremendous amount of hours, but particularly Deanna Reed. And then I have a request, and this is really more for all of you, my colleagues. I was looking at our calendar. because I'm a mom and I wed it up with my kids' school calendar. And you probably just haven't quite got there yet, but you will. In November, we are scheduled to meet on the 5th and the 12th, but not the 19th. And we are scheduled to meet on the 26th. The 26th is the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. And I would like to recommend that we switch that meeting now from the 26th to the 19th so that we all have the whole week of Thanksgiving, because I assume many of you will want to travel, or your children will be off, or your families will be in town.
Is there any, I agree with you totally. Is there any reason why that? Anything particular?
Obviously not on the agenda, but I felt like
We'll take care of it.
Well, I just wanted, I know Mindy called, but I wanted to actually do it here to see if people, I mean, I see Larry and Rick saying yes, but I wanted her to get enough, and Eric and me, okay, so that's enough for her to actually switch it, because she did make calls, but it's so far out that people weren't, you know, your schedulers didn't have anything really that far out to be able to make that determination. So sounds like these guys want to do that too, Mindy. Okay, lastly, my comments on Dr. Lee. First of all, people like Dr. Lee are so important, because a man like Dr. Lee invests in a boy that becomes a man that is Alan Warren, that serves on this dais, or Grantland Johnson, that goes on to serve on behalf of, you know, the whole country, right? A United States appointment. And little boys in Del Paso Heights and Oak Park and Meadowview and Natomas and everywhere else need role models like Dr. Lee and Alan and Rick and Larry to invest in them. That's how we get more of them, more and more and more. And I'm grateful to him. When I think of Dr. Lee and his son Larry, and really the Observer, I think instant credibility. As soon as they walk in the room, as soon as I know that it is the Observer, I think instant credibility, because they are truth tellers. They are everything that you want in the news industry. And in a time like this, where the news industry is, you know, at war in some ways with our administration, we need those truth tellers. We need those fact checkers, those people that keep us all honest and tell the stories and get the word out to the communities, particularly communities that nobody else reaches. So I think the Observer is critically important. We're so lucky that he was here. And the other thing I think of him is that he was the second individual in the city of Sacramento to receive the very coveted Mayor's Mort Friedman Person of the Year award. The first person, of course, being the Friedman family. And then the next year, Mayor Johnson gave that award to Dr. Lee for all of his accomplishments with the Observer and with his family and in the communities of Sacramento. And so hopefully his legacy will always be attached to that extraordinary award too, and the many wonderful people who have received it since and will continue to receive it in the future. That those people are all the giants whose shoulders we stand on to serve here today. And my condolences to his family as well, but also what a tribute and an incredible legacy that that man leaves behind. We're lucky that he chose Sacramento.
Thank you. Councilman Carr?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick announcements. Tree planting at Nielsen Park this Saturday. We're going to plant 23 trees around the soccer field, and next year we'll plant another 23 to provide some shade to the parents and friends who come out to watch the soccer matches at Nielsen Park. And that's going to be at 9 o'clock at Nielsen Park on the corner of Center Parkway and Tangerine. And then we wipe our hands from that and go to the garden conversion project on 24th Street. That's going to start at 10. That is the house that we took out the chain link fences and put in the drought-tolerant landscaping. And we're going to have a big ceremony to announce that and to see if we can entice other property owners to let us do that on their property on 24th Street. That's going to be 24th Street south of Meadowview. The actual address is 2664 24th. But if you come down 24th Street south of Meadowview, you'll see us. We'll be there. I was so saddened to hear the passing of my friend, Dr. Bill Lee. He's one of the first people I met when I ran for office in Sacramento. I went to the Observer to get his endorsement. And when I walked down the hall, it was like going through a museum. Every African American, it seems like, that had any stardom or any fame was on that wall. From Lena Horne to Marlena Dietrich, everybody was there. And I was amazed to look at, Steve, your fly is down here still. I was in awe looking at the history of what he had experienced and how his life had gone. And then when we got awarded, they honored me with the one of the more influential African Americans in Sacramento. I started reflecting on what Dr. Lee had done for us. He gave us a history of what happened in Sacramento in the Black community. And those papers are archived in the city archives at this point. So we have a record of all the things that impacted Black people in Sacramento for the last 50 some odd years that never would have existed. Many of those events are not covered by the newspapers. You won't see kids who got a Link Scholarship in the Sacramento Bee. You won't see what happened to the community service projects that the AKAs worked on. You won't see the scholarships that Omega Psi Phi gives out because they're not captured anywhere except in the Observer newspaper. So he has given us a history, given our kids a history that they can go back and see what happened and trace events and see what happened when this tragedy occurred and when that tragedy occurred. And the Observer was always a positive newspaper. You couldn't go to the Observer and see who got shot or who made a robbery. It were all the positive things that happened in the community, as well as all the religious activities that happened in the community. So we owe Bill and Catherine, his wife, when they were really an attractive couple in their 20s and 30s. They were so attractive. We owe them a great sense of gratitude for chronicling what happened to us, what happened to our community over the last 50 years. And a lot of people are not here. Enron is not here. So many companies could not survive that 50 years like this Observer newspaper did. That's no small feat, just doing that from a business perspective. How do you keep yourself relevant over that long period of time? And that family was able to do it. So we will miss Bill a lot. He was one of the people who always encouraged me to push forward when I was facing opposition. He made sure that when I was at SMUD that we did our contracting with a diverse community, that we had a diverse employment. And that's why I'm pushing those things as I come to the city as well. So I appreciate Dr. Lee, I appreciate his family, and I appreciate the sacrifices that they all have made for us and our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick announcements. The Friends of East Sacramento are having their volunteer work day this Saturday, September 28th, from 9 till noon, and I'll be there early in the event. Also this Saturday, the Limelight, the infamous Limelight at Alhambra and J Street will be celebrating their 60th year in business. From 7 to 10 on the patio, there will be tacos and beer trucks and parking available at Sutter Middle School. I only got to meet Dr. Lee just once, but I've gotten to know other of his family members, and I just want to say that I wish he and all surviving members of his family the very best, and they were lucky to have him.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. Councilman Guerra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This couple announcements. This Friday, September 27th, at our monthly food truck event, Saba always does the free bike valet for people who want to ride their bike to our food truck event in Tahoe Park. But this Friday, we're going to have a free bike mechanic. So, and the reason we're having a free bike mechanic is because October 2nd, which is next Wednesday, is Clean Air Day. And we're hoping everybody, if you've had your bike in the garage and you had a flat tire, you needed to fix it up or tune it up, we want everybody to join in on October 2nd for Clean Air Day, and you can get your bike fixed on this Friday at Tahoe Park. So come by, enjoy the libations and some great food. George always comes out there and livens it up too. We appreciate you at Tahoe Park. and get your bike fixed. Also, save the date for October 25th, the Spooktacular at Tahoe Park. Great event. It's the second annual event. And last but not least, again, a reminder, we want everybody to join in on the Clean Air Day Challenge, and hope that we'll take one day to recognize what we can do to actually improve our air quality for the future. And then, again, with Dr. Lee, I got to know him when I was running for office. You could not run in this city. You could not be a community leader without, before, checking in with Dr. Lee and the Observer. And the fact that his dedication to the community, I think, Councilmember Carr mentioned it best. It was about helping us educate the community about all the great things that are happening and the inspiration to young people, and not only that, but making sure that if we were going to be in these seats, that we were also going to make sure that we held that same kind of perspective and vision about what's best for the community. So my condolences to the family, and rest in peace, en paz descanse, Dr. Lee.
Thank you. Councilman Jennings?
Thank you, Mayor. I need to give a quick AB 1234 report on following in the footsteps of Councilmember Harris and Councilmember Hanson. My wife and I attended the 35-year anniversary of our sister city relationship with Jinan, China. We had a delegation of 15. We had an incredible time of sharing the cultural relics that Sacramento offers compared to Jinan, China. So I just want to let the council know of my trip there and our work there, and I've got a lot of things I'd like to share in terms of pictures and opportunities I think that we can copy Jinan and bring to Sacramento.
That's great. Really important commercial relationships too, in addition to Sister City. Okay, we do have public testimony for items not on the agenda.
We do. I have 15 speakers signed up, but I also have board and commission appointments to read into the record.
Okay.
To the Sacramento Youth Commission, District 1, Emily Kawada and Shima Patel. To District 2, Erica Charlotte Galvez and Goldblade Lee. District 3, Valeria Roma Gonzalez and Reagan Marr. District 4, Marjorie Shimonte and Serena Rai. District 5, Tanya Arigata and Arme Sabio. District 6, Naomi Piper Pell and Caitlin Kalon. District 7, Sophia Flanagan and Michelle Erickson. District 8, Aria Russell and Simone Tao. And then the mayor at large is Nazak Wali Ali, Natalie Michaels, and Jordan Burkhart. And I do have 15 speakers signed up for matters not on the agenda. The first is Kyle Williams, Gary McGlynn,
You
and
guys
then
could all-
Annette Emery.
All line up, we'd appreciate it, okay? So we can just go, why don't we read more of the names, please?
So Kyle Williams, Gary McGlynn, Annette Emery, and then Bill Davis.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. McGlynn, go ahead.
So I'm here to talk about the vacant lot program. I have a problem in complying with it, and I'm hoping you can help me. It seems that the local contact has to provide a physical address, which I'm fine with. I'm the owner, I'll be the local contact, but I don't get mail at that address, right? So this planning department who's administrating this can't accept a mailing address, even though that now that I see the form, it specifically says mailing address. However, they showed me a copy of the ordinance, and it says it must be a physical address. So I suggested a compromise when I was in their office, that we use my name, my physical address, my post office box, my city, state, and zip code. They rejected that. I don't understand that, but they did. The issue is, I don't check the mail at the physical address. I've been getting months of notices from the fire department that I didn't even know were there until recently. And I treat my correspondence, all my correspondence, but especially my correspondence with the city, as important. So I'd like it to come to my mailing address. So I'm not sure how to address that, whether you have to change the ordinance or whether you can request that the planning department be less stringent.
Let us try to figure this one out. Doesn't seem
Because
that
I'd like to not only, I mean, I could
complicated.
just give them the physical address, but I don't really think that's adhering to the
common?
spirit of what you want to have happen. You want to be able to contact me, and I think I should provide you with a legitimate mailing address to do that.
Okay. I'm going to ask from the back room over there if Mr. Hector Barone is still here, if he can talk to you. This is a code issue, or this was code issue? All right.
Well, it's a new.
Actually, we can have Michael Jaso talk to you.
I don't, okay. It's a program. I don't know.
We understand.
Yeah.
We're going to try to help you.
Okay.
So I should,
He's
Yes,
going to
talk
be
to
right through
Mr.
that
Jasso
door,
right
as soon as
there.
you walk through.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
Please.
I don't think you know how to spell brief.
The big red button on the left.
There we go. All right, yeah, so the vacant lot program, we've gotten a number of calls as well, primarily from the elderly in District 2. And I'm going to bring back some amendments. I think that might be helpful. And so I'd like to work, with you, sir, and staff to help bring back some amendments to the council sometime before the calendar year's out. So I'll ask Elisa to schedule some time where we can get together and walk through some of the issues, okay? And it might also address some of the issues that some of the folks out here have as well.
Yeah, Councilmember Warren, I'll work, we've had some similar issues too, so I think there's tweaking to be done.
We can work together on it.
Exactly.
There you go, E.
Yeah, we'll get with Ryan on it. Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to read multiple names, and if you'll line up, I know we've lost a few people. Annette Emery, Bill Davis, George Azar, Barbara Ram, and Mac Worthy. I
Okay,
don't
come
see
on,
Annette.
George. Let's
Bill
go. We're gonna
Davis,
ask people
George
to
Agazar.
line up quickly. It's getting late.
Hi, I'm Bill Davis. Thank you for allowing us to address you this evening. We are here to announce new business that George and I are partnering in. It's Davis Sports Academy. We're having our grand opening on October 19th. We're in Natomas, 1513 Sports Drive. Both of us are Natomas residents, South Natomas, so we're real happy and excited about the opportunity. I'm a retired county employee. I work for the Department of Child Support Services for 20 years here in Sacramento. Retired, and baseball has always been my passion and my side job, and now it's become my business. So we're real happy to be here. Our intent is to be a positive force in the community. We're partnering with all the local leagues around us. I've already got clientele from at least 3 or 4 year districts. So we think it's important that we be here, create a presence, and be visible in the community. And so we just want to thank you for being here.
That's great. Congratulations.
So I expect you to come out, Mayor.
Okay.
And my council people and a few others too, because we got, like you said, we got students from McClatchy High and everywhere else. So we'd love to have your support.
Mayor, if I could really quick, I just want to tell them congratulations and welcome. I know everybody's already really excited to get out there and go to the batting cages and be a part of your program, so thank you.
Sounds just great. I'll try to get out.
Hey, I'll be out there, but if you got the tacos, man, I'll be there.
Hey, wherever there's Lamex, you got to be there.
Check out, you're gonna get the flyer.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, let's go next one. Come on. Thank you.
Next speaker is Barbara Ram.
Hi, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Barbara Ram. I'm at District 3. So I just wanted to give an update on a report that I provided a couple of weeks ago. And really, I spoke to the mayor last week or a week or so ago regarding Haven for Hope, and really that's my focus. I understand that we have these 100 beds in different districts. 100 times 8 is 800. It's not enough. But we really need to focus on something long-term. But I wanted to point out the cost of like the railroad and the pathways, because I think we just keep forgetting that. So that's my opinion anyway. This, if you could get the overhead, that would be awesome. Because this Sacramento Bee article talks about $5 million spent on the railroad, but actually it was $6 million, according to the report. and more than 6 million. And that with the, I can't really read that. With the Sacramento Bee article, it costs $30,000 per permanently housed person, or $18,000 for every person placed into permanent or temporary housing. But that doesn't include, and look what that was getting you. I love this picture. $30,000 or $18,000 for this. But what that doesn't include is the Pathways to Health and Home cost, which, as I mentioned earlier, is $51,587 per person for Pathways to Health and Home. And we just can't sustain this, no matter how you look at it. So I just wanted to bring that up. More to come. I appreciate.
You know, you and I did meet at officers, and I appreciate your coming, but if you're serious about Haven for Hope, help us identify a multi-acre site. I told you I'm all for that.
Sutter Landing.
Okay, so, well, I don't know what Councilmember Harris thinks about that, but, you know,
Sutter's Landing.
okay,
It's perfect.
that's your idea.
It's more than 200 acres,
Okay,
and I think it's owned by the city or county.
okay.
The fact of the matter is, we have a small version of Haven for Hope, and it's the Mather Community Campus. It's a tremendous facility. It can be quite large. You should be speaking to the county. They already do almost the identical work. It's a great facility. Working with the county, we could build something great there.
I should work with the county. Okay. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mac Worthy, then Mary Tapple, then Sally Sapiro.
Council, speaking from the experience of 59 years in this town, I heard a lot of lies tonight. I've seen a lot of dollars abused. Homeless people, enough money have gone through here, homeless, to build 500,000 houses. But it's going somewhere else. Where did the money go when the soccer team was bothering here? But anyway, you spoke to something that's discrimination. You said you're going to make a mini place for women and children. Said nothing about men. And that's the reason we was told that there's going to be another jailhouse built here. Men going to jail. Men have kids too. So wake up. You're not telling them how you're going to run those homeless. At dusk, go and come when they get ready. How are you going to keep them in there? You're going to have to go to court, and you know it. Tell them now. You're going to have a court order for that person to stay in there overnight. And you know that. When you said to navigators, you got sued for the police department taking some stuff. You're going to get sued again. So wake up, people, and quit lying, because this is what you're going to wind up. Put the overhead up. Now, that was done 1981. Why are you still at those same issues? Because you've been lying. That's how you're at those same issues. We have never had a black leader chosen. Tell these people the difference between a representative and a leader. We need to show black people how to go into business of supplement income instead of 8-hour job, because they're being pimped, underpaid, through national. This is the reason I tell people, go with Donald Trump, black people, and we will have something, because he's going to give us 4 more years, get the money and run with it, because this is
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
This is a welfare state.
Good night, Mr. Worthy.
Our next speaker is Mary Tapple.
Hello, Mayor Steinberg and members of the City Council. I found out to my dismay just before the Great American River cleanup that even when I was checking for the security of people on the cleanup, there was absolutely no way to get any response against loose running pit bulls in, this was the park, the big city-type park along Riverine Avenue that's directly contiguous with the bike trail. And some of our river cleaners would have been going up there most probably, except that there was no way, if there was loose running pit bulls, we could get any security whatsoever. I was told if the dogs were currently menacing someone, and I have been menaced by a pit bull myself, in the parkway. So even if you've got your phone in your hand and it's on, you don't even have time to dial 911. You have to be responsive to the dog and the whole situation around the dog for your own health and safety. Otherwise, you might very shortly get chewed up really bad, mauled, possibly even be at risk of losing your life. So if you require people to only call for loose, unleashed pit bulls with nobody around, I saw 3 of them running around in Riverine Park, and it was 7:30 in the evening, broad daylight. It would still be had been enjoyable to members of the public, that park, except that it wasn't safe because you were risking getting attacked by a pit bull. And it turned out there was nobody to go. The police dispatch said they couldn't respond unless the dog was currently menacing someone, and the 311 number to go to Sacramento, the city animal care and control. They said they wouldn't be able to tell anybody about the dog who could do anything, dogs who could do anything about it for many hours, and it sounded like for possibly days. So there is no response, and that needs to be changed. That's a major loophole preventing people from being
Thank you for your
safe in the
comments. Your
parkway.
time is complete.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sally Shapiro, then Rourke Vane, then Gina Patterson.
I'm singing for the future of our planet. You need to invest in everything you know you need to invest in. I miss the birds and the bees and the butterflies. We don't have a choice. You don't hear our voice. In fact, you won't even listen while you're on display. Day after day, we see your lined lips glisten. We're all sitting here with our talents and tears. You're living in a bulletproof vest. Come hell or high water, we'll be snatching you up. You'll do time in a forest out west. Holy Mother Earth, you've given us birth. Please don't abandon us now. Teach them respect in spite of their dearth. To the laws of nature they'll bow. You need to live with the bears and the squirrels, who cares? They'll give you a good education on what's been given you, and all the billions who know there ain't really any nations, just those who are greedy, their minds gone seedy, refusing to clean their own mess. They've got us on a string, they hear the church bells ring, but they don't have the guts to confess. Holy Mother Earth, you've given us birth. Please don't abandon us now. Teach them respect in spite of their dearth. To the laws of nature they'll bow. To the laws of nature, to the laws of nature, to the laws of nature they'll bow.
Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
I don't see Rourke Vane, so next is Gina Patterson, then Chris Brown. Is Rourke here? Okay, so go ahead, Gina, and then Rourke Vane.
Can I get the display, please? Hi, my name is Gina Patterson, and I'm here today with the Democratic Socialists of America Sacramento chapter as a member of the Eco-Socialist Working Group. I'm here to ask you, my elected officials, to declare a climate emergency for Sacramento. The Sacramento Valley will likely see a daily maximum temperature increase by 10 degrees Fahrenheit by the end of the century. In Sacramento's Midtown, the average number of extreme heat days, where temperatures are 104 degrees Fahrenheit and above, is expected to increase from 4 days a year to 40 days by 2100. From California's fourth climate change assessment, Sacramento Valley Region Report. A single heat wave can levy a high toll on human health and emergency and healthcare systems. The 2006 California heat wave resulted in higher than normal daytime and nighttime temperatures for more than 2 weeks, resulting in statewide an estimated 600 deaths, 16,000 emergency room visits, and 1,100 hospitalizations. The marginal damages of this single event were estimated at $5.4 billion. Such human and economic tolls of extreme heat are likely to increase in the future. Increased heat waves, which are expected to cause both hotter day and nighttime temperatures, will impact physical and mental health. So we must have radical new strategies in order to reduce the harmful impacts of this heat. Additionally, we must consider how the heat rising in our region will most negatively impact our homeless community, poor communities, and communities of color. As we sit here in this air-conditioned building, our unhoused community members just outside these walls bear the burden of the choices of our politicians, whom are all too often swayed by corporate interests and their political career agendas. I urge you today to put those needs of the most vulnerable first. 19 cities in California have declared a climate emergency.
Time
Our
is
capital,
up.
the city of trees, should be the 20th city
Thank
to
you for your
propel us into
comments. Your time is
2020, the
complete.
year of climate coalition and justice. Please declare a climate emergency for Sacramento.
Our next speaker is Rourke Vane.
Call the next person, please. Ma'am,
Thank you for your
you
comments.
get 2 minutes. You got to respect the
you.
process here, okay? And let me tell you, I'm going to ask that such a declaration actually be brought back to the city council. Because this is we are living in a climate emergency, and the message from young people, from teenagers throughout not just the country and the world, has been resounding. And so, given the very aggressive work we're doing with our climate commission, I think the least we can do is bring back a resolution that puts us on record declaring such an emergency, but then following it up with real action steps that show we mean what we say. So we'll bring that back.
Next speaker is Rourke Vane, then Chris Brown, then Ronald, and Robert Copeland.
Oh, wrong way.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm here to talk about some recent changes of, news notifications. There's the, I'm having trouble tonight, too. The municipal lawyer, which recently published an article on the problems with the FCC and their rulings and their recent attempt to override local jurisdiction. And this particular article, which I am going to submit to Dennis Rogers for the committee meeting, talking about the placement of 5G cell antennas, talks about basically that the FCC has violated the NEPA and also the Administrative Procedures Act with its recent rulings where they tried to override local authority. This basically gives support to local authority again. And also the Supreme Court of California recently ruled that the municipal districts have authority over the right-of-way to rule it and police it and to set any restrictions that they want. So hopefully this is showing a turnaround so that local authorities won't feel that their hands are tied. And I think that's coming. And I'm also here tonight, this is I'm gonna be able to finish on time. I have some USB drives that are from the 5G Crisis Summit. There's videos on here, texts and tapes, and it's for all of you. And you can load it to your local hard drive, you can take them home, you can listen to them. They're not by people with aluminum hats and tinfoil suits. These are a lot of real credible people, MDs, physicians, Dr. Martin Paul talking about voltage-gated calcium channels and the problems that millimeter waves cause. Very studied people with very good information. So this is for all the city council, staff. I have their permission to use it, and you have the permission to look at it.
Thank you for comments. Your time is complete.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments. I think our last four speakers, Madam Clerk, am I correct here with the climate? One, okay.
Next speaker is Chris Brown.
Hi.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I'm wondering if it wouldn't be appropriate, because I think, Chris, you have 2 or 3 other speakers with you. If you want to all come up
Yeah,
together.
if we could all come up together.
Sure. We didn't coordinate our remarks, but
That's okay. You can come up and.
All right. Well, anybody want to come up, you're welcome.
If not,
So,
Okay, we're just going to continue on the.
Okay.
Good try, Councilmember Hanson.
Yeah, so it is Global Climate Week across the globe. We saw 4 million people hit the streets on Friday, and few people find themselves in history at a moment of such challenge and opportunity where they intersect. And you all are in that moment. You are leaders. You actually have the authority to implement an emergency plan. It's nice to hear that it'll be introduced. I was really pleased to hear you all talk about bold leadership tonight. That's what we need. And we need really strong programs in this climate emergency. We do not want one that is just words. It needs actions. We face an unprecedented threat. I'm afraid my colleagues sort of underestimated. There were temperatures above 90 degrees in Alaska this year, unprecedented. We face a challenge to the human race and to lots of species that we share the planet with. To solve the transition from fossil fuels to a new form of civilization is a task that no one has ever thought of before, and there's no place, you can't look for someone else to take this job on. Every level of government, every kind of agency is going to be involved in this transition. Those who take the first steps are going to be remembered by those young people as the heroes, and I invite you to consider yourselves in that role because you have that opportunity to take bold steps, to make Sacramento not just the 20th city, but the most bold, the most aggressive, the one that says, we're gonna do it right, we're gonna do it fast, and we're gonna do it in a way that really changes what's happening in the world today. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your comments.
Next speaker is Ronald, then Robert Copeland. Is Ronald here?
Nope.
Don't see Ronald. Robert Copeland.
Mr. Copeland.
Colin McBride, and then Monte Della Garma. Thank you.
I'd like to make, Mayor Steinberg, I bet you haven't heard me say that very often, about making this an agenda item. I want everyone to support climate change emergency because record temperatures around the world, like Australia, India, parts of Europe, Alaska, are having record heat waves. And people are dying in those heat waves. And we can do something. We can be a world leader when it comes to climate change. How about the people in Sacramento that are homeless, that are suffering in the heat in the summertime? We should do something about them too. So I did everything the people who spoke in front of me said. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And Colin McBride is our final speaker this evening.
Hello, I think all of you know why I'm here. I'm Colin McBride. I've grown up in the Sacramento Valley my entire life. I grew up in the foothills, in El Dorado Hills, with the Sierra Nevadas as my backyard. And one thing that I was always taught growing up in the mountains is to leave no trace and do no harm. Unfortunately, a lot of people's parents and adults in this country were not taught the same thing. There's been harm done to our pristine ancient forests in Mendocino and Humboldt that are lungs of this planet. It has been done to the marine ecosystems that are important for shark breeding, which are the apex predators of our oceans, and harm has been done to every single ecosystem and to the indigenous peoples of this state that have been stewards of it for thousands of years. When I hear people use the word urgency regarding $100 million investments for quick quack car washes and for retail spaces to sell more things, it hurts my heart, because for me, urgency lies with the forest defenders who are in the Mattole watershed right now in Mendocino County, fighting against the Humboldt Logging Company to keep our forests alive, with the indigenous peoples that are fighting across this nation for clean drinking water and clean air. When I hear us dedicating one day to fighting for clean air, that makes me ashamed. Ashamed of this council, ashamed of this city. Every single day is about prioritizing human rights, clean air, clean water, and the respect that we deserve as human beings. If you want to make progress in Sacramento, then I suggest making it a hub of civil rights for people of color, for people of all genders, for immigrants, for indigenous people. And we need economic equality. This is not about just saving our planet. This is about saving our people. We don't have 10 years. The IPCC report is conservative. We have 5 years for people like you to make decisions to turn our planet around. Our house is on fire. We've all called 911. We're your bosses, and it's about time you show up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any more item on the agenda for business for this evening?
Vice Mayor, I have no more business this evening.
Okay, with that, we're adjourned at 9:34 PM. Thank you, everybody.